All right, we're here for another episode of Adventures in Loxos, another session, as it were, of season 2, the glorious mini, and let's get into the intros. All right, let's do it. Let's do this thing now. So, starting from the top, we have AGTX the Dragons. And he will be playing the human, just human, Slayer.
You gotta say it like that.
just human. Well, because everybody else is like either like another race or like half human. So I'm just like the human. He's just a human, y'all. Human Slayer, which is our custom class, / Dragon Shaman / Totem of the Spirit of the Dragon God. And yeah, anything to say for yourself, you Quill? Anything to say for yourself?
I mean, at least it wasn't as ostentatious as normal, so I guess
as painful as it usually is.
Yeah.
Where
maybe you want to stab my eyes out.
And
we can work with that one.
There's a lot of lore behind a lot of these characters, but I'm not going to go into all that every time because I am going to start that secondary series of videos where basically Adventures in Loxos Legends, where I'm just going to go back through our history and just tell the audience what has happened that led us up to this point. So, at least to the first episode of when we started recording this, which is funny to me. Not to go off on a tangent, because I know I said if we're going to have a decent session tonight, because we had to get started so late. But you have to hear this. If you go all the way back to the very first episode we started recording, there is no introductions, no nothing. We just went right into it, and it was Agaragis and Zoltan in the middle of a fight when they were both on the continent of North Scorn, when they were fighting the Hag and the bandits. And it's like right in the middle of that fight. And I just click and I say, okay, we're recording. So, and then I just pick up the fight. So there's no context for anybody who is, who just said, oh, cool. And then they're in there and they're like, yeah, but why? Like, why is any of this happening? So, yeah. But yeah, that's
likes the flair of professionality sometimes.
Well, it's when we were new and I didn't know how long we were going to do this for. And I didn't know how long we were going to be doing the recorded sessions. And so I wasn't putting a lot of production into it at the time. But yeah.
Every day, all day.
All day, every day, baby. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, at home, you golden wonders. That is Uquill, our resident tank, as it were. Yeah.
Person.
Yeah.
Our person. Okay.
the frontline shield and the meat layer.
Yeah, basically. The meat layer. I don't like that. I'm gonna tell you right now.
That's why I like it, because I know it makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah,
that is its purpose.
I don't like it though. Next we have.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All the more reason to use it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm gonna use it more. Next we have IcyHot _2305, and he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, the half-human, half-drow, elven drow, deep druid. And a deep druid basically, it's not your mama's druid. They don't get their druidic powers from like forests and fields and blue skies and rainbows and sunny beams from heaven and all that. No, they get their natural abilities from the dark places, caves, mountains, underground. They're subterranean.
Mm-hmm.
The cockles. The cockles, if you will. Anything to say for yourself, Sultan? What you got to say for yourself? Are you sure? Because I feel like out of everybody, you've got the most to say. No, you've got the most to answer for. No, okay.
I just like destroying the world.
Just some people just want to watch the world burn, boy. Next we have Kassid69. I was like moving along. Kassid69, who will be playing Garrigus, the Mycetid Pion Mender. Mycetid, as you can see, folks, which I am now putting on. I am now doing art for the channel, so like everything will have some kind of rendition to it. And as you folks at home can see, Mycetid is basically like a 4 foot tall, sometimes 5 foot tall mushroom folk. And yeah, they're this particular, not all Mycetid look as mutated as that. Some of them are actually rather cute. The thing about Garrigus is they are a homebrew Mycetid that we came up with, the class and everything, called a Pion Mender, but they are a subrace of Mycetid as well, known as an androgyne, meaning they are not born with a gender. They are completely asexual, as it's known in the plant world. They are neither male nor female. Garrigus, anything you got to say for yourself?
I think you covered it.
I think Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Next we have Tempest Inferno, who will be playing Otis Hirokin, the halfling, which halflings are 4 foot tall, sometimes 4.5, but typically 4 foot tall. Halfling cleric / favored soul / champion of Obod High. And Otis is, we've talked about how he was one of the original players of the group before we started recording about 9 years ago, and then he had to step away from the game, and now he's back, and there's much rejoicing. But something you also need to know about Otis is the fact that Otis is a self-aware halfling. He understands his height, and he understands the way people regard him. So even though he can be as spastic as any halfling out there, he's also well aware of when people are, patronizing him as well. He is the only halfling I think I've ever seen played who has anger management issues. That about right, Otis? That about covers
only
it?
a little spicy.
Only a little spicy. Only slightly. He's a little spicy. Just a little spicy. Yeah. Yeah, we won't get into the story about the way he was talking to Kelm that one time when Kelm just tried to help him. When all Kelm was trying to do was help you.
But he messed up.
Yeah, he did. You were like, get your effing hands off me. He's like, I just didn't want to see you drown in the mud. Does it look like I'm drowning? Well, not anymore. Good times. But yeah, that is Otis Hirokin, ladies and gents, and what have yous and whatnots. Next we have, last but not least, we have Android, who will be playing Android for Risen, or as I should say, Lord Android for Risen. The Bard / Paladin, which our Paladin is a prestige class that we got from the 3.5 because that's what we play. 3.5 D&D book, Arcana Unearthed or Unearthed Arcana. 3.5 book, Unearthed Arcana, which turns the Paladin into a prestige class. So it's all killer, no filler. / Saint of Corlon Lorethian. Yeah. He's had well, that's good with it. Say that again one more time.
I said, what's good with you?
Well, one more time. No, I'm just kidding. He's had quite the journey as well, you know. Orphaned, found out he's a lord, all this stuff. Again, we'll get into all that in the backstories on the separate series I'm going to start. Adventures in Loxos Legends. Check it out this Friday. No, I'm just kidding.
I can't stand this motherfucker.
Yeah. But one thing I will say about Android Frizen is he believes himself to be the main character.
Well, yeah.
Unless there's a battle. Then you then you Quill is now the main character.
And Big Poppy's got it.
Honestly, until Otis came back, these two were the veteran players of the group. Android and Quill. Now Otis is back.
I'm the most archaic motherfucker here.
Huh?
I said outside of you, I'm the most archaic motherfucker here.
I said veteran though. I didn't say archaic.
Look, we passed veteran status.
Yeah, I could see. Okay, to be fair, I could see how archaic would still work in this frame, but I just didn't want you to think that I was like calling. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was just saying that you guys.
I can't even fake the fuck. Like when I say the number, there's no nice way to put it. How long we've been playing?
We've been playing for 9 years.
This campaign overall.
Honestly, yeah. Android really has been in the group the longest at this point because he was playing in this campaign with one other person a year before Otis, Quill, and another guy who was playing Mindoc. Those three joined, and then we went about a year into that, or a year and a half, and then Yoshi joined, and that was those. It was those 6 players for at least a year, and then Shiva joined, and then Tak joined. We've had a lot of people come and go, but yeah, when it was all said and done, we had the group that we have now with Android and Quill and being the 2 longest running players. But as far as the OGs go, that would include Otis, with Agaragis and Zoltan being the newcomers, the babies, if you will.
Unless we're also counting outside of this campaign, then Dragons is far more veteran than I am. But
yeah, well, yeah, and I think that's what he was saying when he was saying I was more archaic than he is, because I've been playing since I was like what, 13, 12 or something. 3.5 was the first D&D game I ever played, unless you count like TRS products. If it was TRS products, then I started with the Marvel, the old school Marvel superheroes TTRPG, and then I moved to the board game Dragon Strike, which is a whole story in of itself. The Angry Video Game Nerd did a whole video on it, and I was like, yeah, I know that game. Yeah, so
I forgot he even existed.
Well, he focuses more on his Cinemassacre stuff now, I think. You know, like
he just reminded me that he has a little game on console. He's got like a little pixel art game.
Oh, I didn't know that. But
yeah,
interesting.
He like crowdfunded it. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, cool. Oh, and I'm your humble DM, Lord Pog. I want to welcome all you Golden Wonders out there to Adventures in Loxos, and let's roll that intro. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo,
just keeps getting better and better.
Every time.
Agreed.
Every time. Agreed. So, briefest of recaps. Okay? We are going into the briefest of briefest recaps here. You, Quill, and Agaragis, you guys have found yourselves in the Underworld. Last session, you guys realized, along with Dodd, that the only way, absolutely only way you guys were going to, how you say, get out of the Underworld, get out of the situation you were in, was by climbing a wall that is made out of a crystal, basically like a prism crystal, but it's not like a regular prism. It glows like a pinkish purple and seems to have something like almost like glowing inside of it, something ethereal, as it were, glowing inside this this crystal. And you had been warned about disturbing this wall because Dodd said that there are things that live inside this wall that actually feed off of the crystals, basically. Dangerous beings known as neolithids, which are elithids that are basically like the worst things. They're just eldritch horrors of the stuff of nightmares, basically. They're when an elithid's tadpole has nothing to feed off of. They still find something. There's a particular type of worm that they can infest, and it turns these things into pure nightmare fuel. And Dodd, as you remember, he's an androgyne too, like Agaragis. Only he's like what they call one of the elite androgyne, meaning that he's special. He's not he's an elder. He's the best of the best when it comes to being a pion mender. Basically, he's like the pion mender that all other pion menders look up to. You know, think of the expression "I want to be like Mike." You know, every little Mike-id growing up says, "I want to be like Dodd." You know what I mean? Every little pion mender thinks to themselves, "I want to be like Dodd." The thing is he's kind of a nightmare himself because androgyne are extremely mutated, and the way Dodd looks is he's a little 5 foot freaking mutated body. You know, his mycelium, I think is what it's called, looks stringy and jacked up, and he doesn't even have like a head. Like, just sitting on the shoulders where the neck and head should be is just a bouquet of flowers and fungi, and wrapping around that like a collar is just looks like split mushroom tops or fungus growing up like out of it. Like he's almost wearing an invisible cape, and that is the collar to it. You know, he's kind of a nightmare to look at in a sense, but Dodd decided that he would, because he wants to protect Agaragis, he admitted that he kind of looks at Agaragis like one of his own children because, you know, androgyne, because they don't have gender. Even though they're asexual, they can't reproduce asexually like plants can. And so he knows they'll never have children of their own. So they kind of look at all the pion menders like their children. And he cut a deal with you, Quill, as they were climbing up onto that crystal rock wall for you, Quill, to protect Agaragis, and in turn, he would protect the time frame, which is the hourglass that Zoltan uses. Please, Golden Wonders at home, refer back to previous episodes to learn more about the time frame, but that's it's kind of like a relic, a god hand, if you will, that is in question, that started this whole fiasco in the underworld in the first place, that is in the possession of Dodd. Dodd decided that he would help protect the time frame from Loth if Uquill helped protect Agaragis and help them reach their highest potential. And Uquill, yeah, Uquill, he's a tough guy. He can be pretty loud, and you know, I'll hit it with a stick, as he puts it. But Uquill is also at times pretty good natured, and he agreed to do this, knowing that it's the greater good, as it were. So Uquill and Agaragis made it all the way to the top of this crystal rock wall, and then Dodd disturbed the Neolithid inside of it, which caused it to come out and eat him, basically swallow him whole. And Neolithids, like I said, are the stuff of nightmares. They are these giant pink purplish worms that have like almost beaks for mouths, and they have all these tendrils coming out of them, and they are just basically they look like an illithid tadpole, just in like gigantic form is really what they look like. They are extremely terrifying and not something that you want to have to deal with. And Dodd, to protect the time frame that was on his possession, decided that getting swallowed by one of these things and putting it in the last place anybody would want to look was the best idea. So Uquill and Agaragis made it to the top, and at the top they met a group of Myconid who Dodd had been in contact with, known as the Lost Myconid, who are Myconid that do not belong to your typical Myconid culture. They don't live in Myconid society. They're Myconid who have turned their back on the beliefs of the Myconid and choose to live outside of Myconid society. They are not pleasant to look at either. They're typically dry. They don't, because they have to live in without the kind of sustenance that nature provides Myconid on a regular basis. They tend to look pretty dry and stringy and just rough. They be living rough. And they tend to tame what are known as psychoandrogyne, which are a type of Myconid as well. And what a psychoandrogyne are is they're androgyne like Agaragis, where they don't have gender, but most androgyne develop certain abilities. Like Agaragis had developed the ability of a pion mender, which is basically like a healer. And then you have others like death caps or watchful blight. Well, psychoandrogyne don't ever develop an ability, and it eventually they just keep mutating till they're just these disgusting bulbous. They just look like they're just little fat freaking mushroom tops with boils all over them and these freaking giant maws, and they're about 5 foot tall too. They're the size of what you would call a bulldog, an English bulldog, typically. And they're just they are the most unpleasant thing to look at. But Dodd the previous night had rooted himself, and which is a way that Myconids commune with one another, and got a hold of the Lost. And the Lost agreed to help Uquill and Agaragis get out of the Underworld, which is like our version of the Underdark. Helped agree to get Uquill and Agaragis out of the Underworld if, when they reunited with the rest of the Inglorious Few, they would come back and help the Lost, because there's a watering hole that the Lost believe they can live by for a while, but it's inhabited by something, they say. And they want them to clear it out. And Uquill gave them his word that he would help them do that. And so the Lost said, okay, we'll take you. And so now the Lost are going to guide you, Quill and Agaragis, to a place of safety and to reunite with the rest of the group. Now we take that over to Android, Zoltan, and Otis, and what they experienced was something a bit different. They're on the continent of Pangshun. And on that continent, they are in one of the shogunates, known as the Dragoon Below, or the Longzi Judo, in their language, as it's called. And they were getting interrogated by a, you could say, somebody who feels pretty jilted by them. He's a Dragoon, which is like a Dragonborn, only their Dragonborn are chromatic, and Dragoon are kind of a mixture of colors. Like one of their colors is gold and brown, or gold and bronze, or gold and copper, if you will. But and they don't have like breath weapons like fire and acid and this and that. They have their breath weapons are kind of utility weapons. And this particular Dragoon hails from the wind. A wind dragon. While Dragonborn are technically bulky and warrior-like, Dragoon are a little bit more slender and this and that. Now there are some warrior-ass Dragoon who are large and powerful and warrioristic, but on average, Dragoon are technically more or less on a slimmer side. This Dragoon's name is, he's the retainer known as Kodokai. And he feels like he's been slighted by Android. And so he's like trying to he was interrogating Android, trying to pin everything that's happened this entire time on Android. Fortunately, Android, Zoltan, and Otis have done nothing wrong. And it's like they say, if you've done nothing wrong, you've got nothing to worry about. And fortunately for them, one of the Dragoon's grand detectives, as he's known, they have detectives, but he's a grand detective, meaning he's a big shot, I guess you could say. He's important. He's Grand Detective Vane Doc, who's also a Wind Dragoon of the golden and more browner scale variety, if you will. And he knew that Android and the others weren't necessarily responsible for all the devastation that is taking place, but that they still know something. And through a lot of questioning and just to make a long story short, too late, I know. Basically, the group was trying to stop an assassination attempt on the Dragoon's High Shaman, Mazaru. And they did it, but they weren't sure the person who got pinned for doing it was actually responsible. And the detective that was assisting them in uncovering the plot turned out to be a part of the plot, although he wasn't necessarily trying to be the assassin of the plot. And he is one of the he's also a forest dragon as well, the golder brown brownish scales. Their colors can vary, but Lao D, it turns out Lao D knew the entire time who was actually going to try the assassination, because the real plot was to get rid of the current shogun of the Dragoon, Kara Shin. And that even Mazaru knew about the plot. And it's because Mazaru knew about this, and things have to remain copacetic because there's a certain kind of etiquette in Dragoon lands. This can never really come out. The truth can never truly come out. And Thane Doc Laudi and Mazaru herself even have confirmed this as much. Like, it's just Mazaru is too important to the people to be able to wholeheartedly go after her and everything. You know, it's just, and she's one of the blue and white prismatic dragons. So, or dragoon, anyways. Just to, for you folks at home listening, just to keep you in line with everybody's different, whatever you want to call it. Well, so in the end, Android and them realized that, yeah, it's a job well done, I guess. And they uncovered an even deeper plot involving Kara Shin, but it had nothing to do with the assassination attempt. And that worked itself out. And now Android and the other, and Zoltan and Otis all want to reunite with Uquill and Agaragis. But first they've taken Mazaru's two sons, Yin and Yang, who are 9-foot tall dragoons as well, to meet their sister Yoshi Larethian, or their half-sister Yoshi Larethian. And that is a story in of itself. that is a whole other story in of itself. But in short, Corlon Larethian, most would say, or anybody who had met him, would say he's pure magic. Good man, decent man. But he had himself a bit of a vice. He's got 3 children that we know of. 3 children. You've got Yoshi, he had with Ilona. He's got Varun, who he had with Lolth, and now he's got Yin and Yang, the dragoons, with Mazaru. Yin being the Force Dragon, which is a charcoal crimson scaled dragoon, and Yang is that, and then you got Yin, who is one of the prismatic dragons, who's the blue and white scale. And then but yeah, they went to meet Yoshi so they could pledge their loyalty to her and basically become her guardians, because Yoshi's druidic powers are fading. Any ideas why, guys, that Yoshi's powers are fading right now? I bet you all know.
Weekly.
Yoshi's abilities are fading because you guys accidentally began to kill the elemental plane, as it were.
I'll take no credit for this. She's just weak.
That was Zoltan's fault.
Yeah, I mean, really, it really was kind of Zoltan's fault, but not really, though. I mean, not really. You guys were kind of tricked into it. And as a result of it, you guys have been going around collecting the 4 elements of the weirds. The elemental weirds, who act as conduits for the planes of the elements, to be able to transfer elemental ability into the material plane. And now that the conduits are dying, the elemental planes are slowly being cut off, which means the elements in themselves are drying up in the material plane. Pretty soon for you in the know out there who listen to this and watch this, it basically, Loxos is in danger of becoming Athos at this point. Even worse, because at least Athos still has the elements to help it. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're gonna begin now. Is we'll pick up with Android and Otis and Agaragis. You guys are going to because we know that the
Wait, who and who and who?
Zoltan Agar. Oh, yeah, that's right. Zoltan's with you guys. Agaragis is with Yoshi, or with Uquill.
Do you know who's with who? Like, are
I
you
don't know
okay?
who anybody is. All right, I'm trying.
He
Yeah.
may or may not be having a stroke, ladies and gentlemen.
Garrus got my spot now.
Yes, yes.
I'm with.
I sold the necklace, so what's up?
yeah. I'm just I'm having a hard time getting it all in order. That's all. It's because I wanna. It's because we started
But you
so
worked
late.
so long.
Well, it's because we started so late. It's because we started so late, and I wanted to hurry up and rush through it so we could actually have a decent amount of time to play. And when I do that, when I overly rush like that, I let all the words just run to the front of my head, and then I try to sort it out as it's coming out instead of sorting it out in the head before you speak it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes you feel better.
I mean,
Opium.
it's just, it is what it is. It doesn't make me feel a type of way. I mean, it just is what it is. Like, you take it or leave it. It is what it is. You know, what you see is what you get. But with that said and done,
A cave troll.
with that said and done though, yeah, that's where we're picking up with Android, Otis, and Uquill. No, I'm just kidding. And Zoltan. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what had gotten agreed upon is Yoshi had explained to you guys about the fact that there was a war in Lorethian while you guys were gone. A short one, but it was still a war between the Wolf Lords. And some of them split up and went and started in the Giant Hills, the country of the Giant Hills, their own country called High Lorethian. And in order to even win this war, Yoshi had to strike a deal with her brother, the half-drow Lord Varun. And now they have a drow, what they call the drow contingency, living in Lorethian. Basically, drow that live above ground, who help bolster their numbers. Because High Lorethian also has dryads and woodwoad. Not to mention the Aethar Defiant working with them. So Lorethian has basically struck a deal with the orcs of Luthik to assist them, because the orcs of Luthik now respect the elves of Lorethian because of Yarman's sacrifice to them, who was a member of this group who died tragically defending orcs, no less. An elf dying to defend orcs. Is there anything more poetic? Anyways, though, so they will help, they will assist, and they also have drow. All you guys know of at this time is that Agaragis and Uquill are somewhere in the Underworld, for sure. You know that because Otis used the Eye of Groomsh to locate them. Where exactly, you're not sure, but you know they're there.
Right.
Right. And so I believe where we left off with you guys is that you wanted Yoshi to introduce you, or at least she thinks she's introducing you to the concierge, as it were, of the contingent, Shyla,
Right.
who was Varun's personal assistant.
Yeah, she got yelled at.
Yeah, she got fired. She's still a liaison of a sorts, but yeah, she's been demoted in a sense. The demotion being you have to live above ground. What the heck, right? But yeah.
Yeah, what a punishment.
Yeah. Something I am going to point out though, not to harp on it too much. Yoshi is going to tell Yin and Yang to just stay there in the temple and get to know Tala, since they're all three going to be her personal bodyguards now, they need to all three learn to get along. To which Tala, who is what they call a grove guardian, which is a type of dire wolf, but it's much, much bigger than your average dire wolf, as it were. They are made basically like purely out of nature. They're like an animal that is in tune with nature the most, if you could even say that. But they are a nature beast, and Tala has been Yoshi's like nanny for ever, and her personal bodyguard. And now Tala has to work with Yin and Yang, who want to help. So Tala's not entirely, and we all know Tala's personality. She's not all entirely keen on that, but she's gonna do what Yoshi tells her to.
Right.
So we'll pick up on Yoshi just speaking with you now, Android. And so is there, I guess the best way to start this off is there anything that Android, or any questions from Zoltan or Otis for Yoshi? Is there anything anybody's wanting to say to her now as she's taking you into from her temple spot down into Lorethian as a whole?
I'm trying to remember if I had anything that I was gonna ask her. I don't think so specifically. I'm pretty sure I asked her last time. Oh. I guess Android's gonna ask her, I guess in like in an air of advice, like, is there anything specifically that she can think of? You know, he's gonna ask her, is there anything that you can think of specifically off the cuff that we could do for you here in Lorethian post haste? You know what I mean? Either while we're here, something simple and easy that we can get done for you, or anything that we can work towards getting done when we reunite with Sebastian, you know?
You mean she sits there and contemplates what you're saying for a moment, and she looks at you and she goes,
I understand that, you know, you have a lot going on here, and that we could stand to be more present, you know? So that's why I'm asking for your advice where we could fill in when we return to the continent, you know?
She says, I see. Well, don't you have your own affairs in Whitesword that you have to deal with in the nation? I would hate for you to get too spread thin.
He says, well, yes, but I mean, you know, we have resources. We can send you reinforcements here, you know, just anything that you could suggest, even if we're doing it from afar, you know. He's like, I understand that I have a duty to Coralon the Rethian, and I want to uphold that. I want to feel like I'm assisting you, aiding you here in the homeland, as it were, you know?
She thinks for a moment, and as she's thinking, she reaches over and just instinctively begins to like brush Otis's hair with her hand.
Otis is gonna recoil. I'm like, don't do that.
She just pulls away for a minute. She goes, I'm sorry. She says, I just hadn't seen you in so long, and
That's fine. Just don't stroke my head.
she like brings her hand back and gets to thinking. She says, the one thing you can do for me that would help the most, Android. And she says this because as you guys begin to like keep strolling down from the temple, you noticed up at the temple area, it's like still summer up there. You know what I mean? It's good moderate, temperate weather. You know what I mean? It's decent. It's not too hot, not too cold. Just a nice, temperature, whatever. But as you guys get closer down into Lorethian, you notice that it's snowing. Ever so faintly, snow is beginning to fall. And she holds out a hand and lets some of the snowflakes fall into her hands as she looks at it grimly, and she says, I used to be able to hold the weather back at all times. We never knew a winter here in Lorethian. And I'm not being able to hold it like I could.
After she said that, Otis is gonna kind of glare at Zoltan and Android.
I'm gonna point at Android when he does this.
I could see that too. Like you just see this little halfling just kind of lean from around her. Like at first you can't even see him, and he just like a reverse Homer Simpson going into the bushes, just coming around the corner, just glaring at you too. And then Zoltan just pointing over at Android. Fortunately, Yoshi's not.
Otis is gonna shake his head and be like, "No, you too, bitch."
Fortunately, Yoshi's too lost in thought to even notice your guys' shenanigans, And I imagine Android is keeping his composure right now. And she says, pretty soon, Lorethian will know its first winter. I'm not like my father. Our houses that were once made out of the forest, as if the forest came to life itself to build our structures for us. Our buildings, our way of life. It's not listening to me. They're not. Our homes are falling apart. And I can only hold off this winter, which I can feel it. It's going to be the worst winter I think we've ever seen. And if we lose all our abodes, we'll have nowhere to sleep. Find whatever did this and get me back my abilities. That's what I need from you, Android.
Otis is gonna glare at him again.
Restore nature to proper order. Got it. He just kind of does a check sign in the air. He's like, on it.
It's whatever's doing it. Get me my abilities back. That's what I need you to do.
Consider it done. He
Says,
just kind of nods,
you guys are finishing this conversation as you're stepping down off the steps into the village, into the city. Really, it's not metropolitan, but it's a city. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't look like a city to most viewers. From an overhead view, it would look just like a forest, and from a distance, it would just look like forest. But once you're in there, it becomes a city. As you guys step into there, you hear a very familiar voice say, "Well, look at who's here." And as you all turn to look, Android, notice you recognize the voice. I don't know if Zoltan does as much, because Zoltan, I don't think, has had a lot of interaction with this guy. But you see the Wolf Lord, the half wood elf known as Trask, who's got his dire wolf with him, Badger, who is also a half breed, known as bad. Dang it, dude. Oops. Bad. Yeah, dang it. Badger being half fox. He comes moseying on up to you guys like, well, look at who it is. The prodigal children have returned. He comes over to greet you all warmly. You got, even in the dire circumstances that Lorethian obviously is in, Trask has never been one known like he's always seems to have like good spirits, you know? That I think that would be, if you guys remember him accurately, I think that would be like the one thing maybe you guys remember about him the most, is that he's always been the most easygoing and just kind of, you know, chillest of all the Wolf Lords. He comes walking up to you and he holds out his hand to you, Android. He's like, "What's going on, buddy?"
Android like goes to bow and stops, and he's like, "Oh right," and he just shakes his hand, and he's like, "What's up, man?"
He kind of he smiles for a minute and goes, "Would you have a spasm or what?"
I've been abroad.
He says, "Oh yeah, well, what made you turn back?"
I decided I liked women. He just kind of chuckles.
He laughs at that pretty good. He's like, yeah, He's like, well, he goes, "Well, welcome back home." He says as he rubs Badger's head. And he looks down at you, Otis, and goes, "Well, if it ain't old Otis." Because last time I saw you, what's his what? Mind Doc was blowing up your familiar.
Chinga.
Otis narrows his eyes and like, don't bring that up.
Yeah, even like Badger kind of nudges him and kind of. He's like, "Oh, right."
Yeah.
He's like, he kind of like gives you like a sign, like an elven, like the equivalent of like the not the Irish, but the Catholic crossing, you know? He gives you like the elvish version of that, and he goes, "Oh, yes. Oh, rest in peace." Like kisses his fist and points at the sky, and he's like, "Blessed be Corlon." Says, "Anyways, yeah, but how you been?" He goes, "You weren't here the last time I saw these guys."
Yeah, that's because I was away on vacation, so to speak.
He says, I dig it. I don't.
I wouldn't recommend going there.
He goes, "Oh." He's like, "That sucks." He goes, "All right, well, note to self, if I ever get a chance to take a vacation, don't get advice from Otis where to go." All right. And he looks at you now, Zoltan, and he kind of like leans past everybody and kind of like pats you on the chest, you know, kind of like a friendly shove. And he goes, "And who is this drink of water right here?"
I don't know how to feel about this.
Is that Zoltan's response?
Yes.
He goes, "You
He's
really?"
been kissed on the mouth. He doesn't like this.
As he nudges you and you say that, he goes, "Well, don't get caught up in your feelings, partner. That's bad for your health." He goes, "Don't get all up in them. Don't get all up in your feelings." It's like, fact of the matter is, you know, it's always polite to introduce yourself to new people. And facts don't care about feelings.
Okay.
He says, "I'm Trask, and this is my Wolf Lord, Badger." And he pats Badger on the head, and Badger just kind of looks at you and gives you like a nod, like, "What's up?"
With that, I summon Ruckus.
Ruckus?
Yeah. So, to kind of show him up, I guess, you turn and your hand begins to glow, and a portal opens up from where you're pointing at the portal. And inside the portal, you can see what looks like some kind of like foreign jungle of unknown origin. And out comes jumping what is known as a displacer beast, which is typically a displacer beast tends to look like a cat panther, which I know a panther is a type of cat, but I mean like a domesticated cat. A cat panther hybrid with multiple legs and is pitch black or blackish purple. But what sets them apart is they have these tendrils coming off their shoulders that they use to basically eat your lunch with. What sets Ruckus apart is Ruckus looks more like a leopard. He doesn't look like the panther variation at all. He's more of a yellowish tan with spots, and his tendrils are like a more of a tan bronze color, and he's slightly bigger than your average displacer beast too. Displacer beasts are usually sleek and slender, but Ruckus is not. He's more husky, as it were. He's a bulkier variation.
Big boy.
Yeah, he's got some muscle on him. He's got the eye of the tiger, the thrill of the fight, as it were. And he comes jumping out. He looks around. He's like, and he says to you, Zoltan, he goes, "Time to fight? It's been a while. You must be in a lot of trouble if you need my help." And he's looking around the village. And as he's doing that, Trask just looks at you for a minute and looks at him, kind of leans back with a smile on his, like a half smile, nods his head. And he's like, "Heck yeah, you see that? It's a kitty. He's got a kitty, Badger." Everybody else, mind you, the Wolf Brothers, which are the main form of defense here in Lorethian. Wolf Brothers are wood elves, which and they are basically rangers, but they're known as Wolf Brothers because they're not wolf lords per se. They haven't been chosen by a wolf lord, dire wolf, to be a companion of. But what a wolf brother can do is they can call upon dire wolves to come and assist them in combat. The Wolf Brothers take one look at Ruckus, and they're not liking that a whole lot. That is not exciting to them. Well, it's exciting, but in the bad way, because they are instantly drawing bows and pointing it in Ruckus's direction, speaking in the Sylvan tongue, which Zoltan and Android, you guys know. I don't know if you know Sylvan or not, Zoltan. now that I think about it.
Oh no, let me
Or not Zoltan, Otis. I don't know if Otis knows Sylvan. You should know Sylvan, Zoltan. If you don't know Sylvan, then what are you doing?
Not speaking the elves.
Nope, I do
You're the
not.
worst,
So
though.
I'm just hearing ba-ba-da-boop-ba-da-ba.
Bada boop, bada dee, bada da, bada. Yeah.
I speak common and elven. Does that count?
Okay, so you know Elven, but you don't know Sylvan. And I guess because they are wood elves, they're not as pretentious as that, so they would actually be speaking Elven. They wouldn't be speaking Sylvan. If they were high elves, they might be more prone to speak Sylvan, but yeah, they're speaking Elvish. Yeah.
Okay, well, if they're speaking Elven, I can understand them.
Okay, I was gonna say what Elvish sounds like is like a mixture of Latin and Indian, like from Indian. You know what I mean? Pure Sylvan just sounds like Latin. Just sounds pure Latin. Right? But yeah, they're you know, but because you can understand them, they're just like, "On guard! What is going on here?" You know, yelling at one another, draw on him. And one of them's like, he's like, "Ready, Wolf Brother." Yeah. And the one looks like he's ready to whistle as if he's about to call, like, you know, he's got his two fingers to his mouth as if he's about to call like a gang of dire wolves upon this thing and everything. And all this excitement is happening. Yoshi watches it, never losing her calm demeanor. She's just eyeing everyone. Like, oh, for crying out loud. Trask, however, is eyeing the whole thing, and he's talking about he's got a kitty and everything, and he's watching all the Wolf Brothers freak out, and he is just digging every last bit of it.
I like this fella.
He's like, you see that? You see that, Badger? He's got a kitty. He's got a kitty. He's like, yeah, man, we'll call you. You know what? I may be a wolf lord. And then he leans in and pats you on the chest again. He goes, but we're going to call you Cat Daddy from here on out.
Oh.
What's going on, Cat Daddy?
I'm just stunned. There's nothing about it. I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm Zoltan Heisenberg, and this is Ruckus.
Ruckus is back there eyeballing all the wolf lords. His tendrils are swooping around, and he just looks at you, Zoltan. He goes, which one do I kill first? Give me the word, and I'll eat his flesh.
None of them? I'm just here to introduce you.
Because you're here to introduce me? They look like they're ready to kill me, and I'm telling you right now, one of them even farts wrong, and I'm gonna eat it.
I look at Yoshi. I'm just looking at Yoshi.
Yoshi looks at you, Zoltan, and you can see this like hint of disappointment on her face in you. Like, she doesn't really know you like she knows everybody else, so she don't know you like that. So it's not like a disappointment like somebody who's known you for years and they're just like, come on, haven't you grown past this? The disappointment on her face is more like, you really had to do that?
Does Otis see the disappointment on her face towards Zoltan?
Otis does what?
Does Otis see the disappointment on her face towards Zoltan?
Oh, sure. Android sees the disappointment on her face.
Yeah, Otis starts slow clapping. He's like, good job. Good job.
Solar, who's just been chilling on Android's shoulder, can see the disappointment on Yoshi's face right now. Which, for you folks at home...
In fact, I would say that Android shares in her disappointed look.
So does Solar. Because we all know that it takes Solar a while to warm up to people, and he is not... and it seems like...
fucked up.
It seems like it's taken... He warmed up to Mindoc quicker at this rate. and Mindoc turned out to be a BBEG, so there you go. Yeah. For you folks at home, Solar is Android's familiar, but he's sentient. He's a celestial eagle. He's got the golden brown feathers, and he glows with like a heavenly light and is constantly like flickering golden flutter off of himself like he's a moth, as it were, you know? Just constantly radiating heaven, if you will. Spreading the good news, as they say. But, unlike the good Lord, he is extremely judgmental. And he is judging Zoltan with every look on his face right now. Everybody else may be looking at Zoltan very disappointedly, but Solar is looking at him like, of course. Of course you did this. Of course.
Everyone else had their pets out. I want my friend out.
Yoshi just kind of clears her throat. She's like, it's okay. It's okay. And she steps past everybody to go and address the crowd. She goes to walk by Ruckus, and Ruckus kind of flinches like he's going to smack her, and she eyeballs him for a minute and just stares into his eyes. And it's like a seconds long transaction that you all witness, but I'm telling you right now, to Ruckus, it felt like an eternity. Because you watch his like tendril just kind of flinch and then go back to like a non-defensive position. Like he is very docile now.
Would expect nothing less.
And then she walks past him and he just kind of shakes his head for a minute like he's getting cobwebs out of his mind and looks at you, Zoltan, all confused. Like, and he just kind of mumbles to himself. He's like, what in the abyss was that? And Yoshi addresses the crowd and calms them all down and sends them on their way. You even hear her say, no, he's not an idiot. He's just young. And then she walks back to you guys. She's like, Trask, don't you have some duties to be performing? Trask goes, yes, ma'am. And he looks at you, Android, and pats you on the chest. Looks at Solar and he's like, "Good to see you too, buddy." He's like, "Yeah, come look me up sometime, Android. We'll kick back a couple of Coca-Colas." And he strolls off.
What's
Bye
that?
to you too.
Yeah. What are Coca-Colas? Yeah. You now begin to. You are allowed to roll a bardic knowledge if.
No. I just thought it would be funny for me to be out of character, like, not
what?
breaking the fourth wall for once, like staying in, not
Yeah. breaking
RP.
Yeah.
Because Android is the world's worst about breaking RP.
Yeah. When him and Tyrone were playing, man, it was constant with those two. But yeah. Trask goes wandering off and Yoshi just looks at you all and she goes, "Come this way." She takes you guys through the village, past a few graves of fallen wolf lords. That you all had met back in the day, like Isakora and Rosetta. And she takes you to basically it's a tent. But it's one of those, it's not just like a little tent or whatever. It's one of those big old fine, it's got like a silken, it's made out of silk. It's made out of silk and it's got designs on it that, must mean something, but you don't know what they're referencing or whatever. It's like a tent that a general on a battlefield would live in or something. And when you walk in, you realize is that it's been carpeted. There's a carpet large enough to fit the whole length of the tent, so you're not just standing on the bare ground as you walk in there. And the carpet is a fine shag, and it's just decorated real nicely with the all the styles that you would come to expect from the Drow society who live in subterranean conditions. It's very Gothic. Renaissance Gothic, if you will. And standing there is a half-drow woman with long, dark black hair and pale skin, which is something that happens with half-drow. Half-drow aren't like regular drow. While regular drow get the dark skin and the white hair, half-drow are like Zoltan and Shyla here, who they tend to be get the opposite happens. Their hair turns really dark and their skin turns really light. They're almost albino in that sense, which lets you know, which I guess is an indicator to everybody paying attention. Oh yeah, these, all the drow are like, they're not like us, they're half breeds, as it were. And she turns to face you all. As you enter, she's alerted to your presence from your entrance, and she turns to face you guys, and you instantly recognize her from the last time you met her, only now she's got fresh scars on her face from when Lord Farun basically smashed a glass in her grill for causing so much trouble with running around with you, Quill, basically. I mean, that's what she did. And it really alerted too many people to why you were there. And so your whole mission ended up becoming a failure as a result of it. But even with the scars, she's still a moderately attractive person. She's wearing the typical dark leather that the drow are known for, and as you enter, she's just like, "Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? You haven't come to get me into more trouble, have you?"
Hopefully not.
She says, "Oh, that's good. I don't know if my face could handle any more damage. I'm already stuck here topside, and now I have to live with these blemishes. What do you have to say for yourselves?"
Sorry.
Yeah, you say
Kinda
that.
fouled.
Yeah, you like you go to do all that, but then she kind of snickers and laughs, and she goes, "I'm just messing with you." She goes, that Lord Faerun was never going to be happy with my work anyways. I'm a woman.
Well, I'm glad you understand that.
She says, "Well, it's a problem with my society. The men and women are at each other's throats constantly. If the matriarchy aren't holding the men down, then you have those few men like Lord Faerun who are in power, who make the women in their employ suffer for it."
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask if the sentiment would be shared if the roles were reversed. And he's like, no judgment, just curious, I guess.
She says, "Well, that's a relative thing, Android. The top side, as it's been known by us, is far too vast. In the Underworld, we're only able to live in certain areas and conditions that are suitable for life to thrive and survive in. And so everybody's kind of just crammed in there. And so it's easy for a society as a whole to be treated one way or the other. While here, it's kind of a mixture of all of it, isn't it? Some men are treated terribly by their wives, while some wives are treated terribly by their husbands. Not all kingdoms and societies respect their people and the like. And if you don't like it, well, all you have to do is travel a couple 100,000 miles and try the next society. You can't do that in the Underworld. So
Right.
I don't know. I think if the men were in our society, if the drow men were in our society were to rise to power now, I think it would be really bad for the women for a long time, because there's a lot of aggression that needs to be vented. And I don't know if it would be any better. I don't know. I don't know if things would ever get better. It's a catch-22 now.
He kind of thinks on this for a moment, and he's like, well, I see your point, but I guess I was more so asking if you personally were in his position of power, if your role was reversed with his.
She said, "I'd
Would
flay
you
his..."
have treated him as harshly?
Yeah, she doesn't even let you finish. She says, "I'd flay his skin from his bones."
Oh, well, that's what I was curious about. He just kind of smiles and nods.
She
He's
says,
like,
"I got
"Yeah,
off easy."
Not my place to judge you. Just curious.
Faerun's a bit of a soft touch. He really is, though he doesn't like to admit it. At this time, some of the drow contingent enter the tent, and they begin to talk to her in drow, which you guys know Elven, so you pick up on a little bit of it, but they're just letting her know that they spotted more blood riders on the outskirts of the perimeter. But you pick up on the words blood riders. And one of them says that she's like, well, she tells them, just handle them, and they say it's not that easy. That Captain Cassifane seems to think that they're getting emboldened because of the weak conditions that Lorethian is in, and that they may just be running a suicide mission. To which she reminds them that if Lord Varun decides it's a suicide mission, then they'll talk. But until then, tell Cassiophane to shut his filthy male mouth and do as she says.
Nice.
Yeah, we do.
She says, and you do it too, or she will personally, feed his sword hand to him. To which he just bows and leaves. She's just kind of like, anyways, dirty business that. She says, where were we? Oh, yes. What, and then she looks at Yoshi for a minute, and Yoshi's just staring at her. She's just like, yes. She says, nothing. She turns to you, Android, and she says, and Otis and Zoltan, she says, is there anything you all need from me?
From Yoshi or from Shyla?
From you guys. Like Yoshi's asking you guys if there's anything else that you require of her.
Oh, Android's like, I'm needing some assistance in finding you, Quill, and Agaricus in the Underworld. Can you help us with that?
She says, correct. That's why I brought you. And she looks over at Shyla and she goes, to her.
Right. Oh, I thought I was addressing Shyla when I turned in.
No, you're talking to Yoshi, yeah.
Oh, okay. I got confused, I guess. My bad.
It's okay.
Well, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's all Android's business is with Shyla.
Yoshi just bows and says, well, I'm going to go meet my new siblings and find Kel and begin the process of adjusting everybody to their presence now. Because if you think that they freaked out when they saw, and she points at Ruckus, she goes, just imagine what they're going to do when they see those two.
Yeah, now you know what I mean by women. I prefer women.
She just kind of nods. She says, me too. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice. I'm like, I knew it.
She just smiles and nods and gives you the Coralon Lorethian salute with the single fist over the left side of her chest. You know what I'm saying? And bows. She says, in his name. And she leaves. The second she's gone, you just kind of hear Shyla under her breath just kind of say, princess. Rolls her eyes. Says, so what's that about you need to be reunited with Man Cake and the mutant? I'm sorry, the Myconid.
Well, Daddy No Armor and the Mushroom are in East Underworld.
You better say that with reverence.
She looks.
And we need to find them.
When you say that, like, she's turned her back to you and she's like fiddling with something on a desk. And when you say Daddy No Armor and all that, she like looks her head over her shoulder at you and she says, Big Daddy No Armor.
And he's like, excuse me, Big Daddy No Armor and the Mushroom are lost somewhere in East Underworld.
You know.
We'd find them.
She knows.
She says, yes, well, it doesn't surprise me that he's in trouble again. I mean, he got his armor stolen.
Yeah, presumably he has it this time.
Like, it's a good thing that he's handsome and knows how to kill things, or he'd just be... Well, he just wouldn't be worth the skin he's printed on, would he? She says, but... She says, you have to forgive me. She realizes how she's talking. She says, I'm being very misandrist here. I know that's not the way things are done. And she just kind of motions to around herself and just kind of acts like pretend, and then wipes her hands together like she's wiping something from them.
Android's chuckling just like that.
She says, so what do you need from me exactly? Where is Uquil and Agaragis at?
Kind of clears his throat. He's like, East Underworld? That's a good question. That's why I need your help.
She says,
Probably closer to Pingshan if I had to guess, but that's, just I don't know the topography.
She swears in Drow, which is something to the effect of a motherless demon fetus or something or other. Something about intercourse with something. I don't know. you can't be for sure.
Android's gonna kind of be like, well, if it helps,
I'm gonna chuckle when she swears.
he's gonna kind of like describe the area to her, like that Otis described to him, and he's gonna be like, that's kind of what we know about the area. If that helps you any, I don't know anything else.
I can see where they are now,
That also.
if needed.
She says, yes, do that.
All right.
She says, if you are capable of doing that, she looks at you, Otis, and she goes, well, you're a newcomer, aren't you? She leans down on like one knee and gets eye level with you, but it's not pandering that she's doing. She's looking you up and down like you're a snack. Because Otis may be short, but he's pretty rugged. You know what I mean? He's got pretty male features for a more adult. A lot of halflings look kind of childlike, but Otis has been through so much in his life that he's kind of developed the more adult how do you want to say facade, not even facade, visage of, and so even despite your height, you've got this like male rustic, look to you, and she's looking you up and down like you're a little snack. I mean, like her eyes look you up and down. She's like, like somebody who finds some food at a supermarket and they just look at it like, oh, I've got to have that. She kind of licks her lips a little bit and she goes, and where did you come from?
Otis lets out a shiver and like, ugh.
She says, I see.
I'm sorry, but new.
She stands up and says, well, just so you know, where I'm from, we don't judge. There's only one language that speaks to us, and that's called attraction. And she walks away from you. She said, and then like turns and faces you again, just more, proper this time, returning back to her diplomatic performance. She says, so if you're capable of locating them somehow, go ahead and try that right now so we can kind of narrow this down. And I'll message Lord Farun and tell him what your plight is and see if he can do something.
All right. Otis is gonna pull out the eye and start looking.
So Otis, once again, you pull out this orb of glass that looks like it's got prism trapped within inside of it. And it's like the size of a baseball almost in your hand. Maybe the size of an orange, really, And you begin to focus it and look through it. And that's when the prism begins to escape the orb and dance around it. And you chant the words, Eye of Thundera. No. But it is a similar aspect where you're basically looking through a cut in reality that's the shape of an eye, and then all of the rest of reality is you can see it, but it's just unfocused. It's a blur, as if you're peeking through the veil and watching, and you focus you, Quill, and Agaragis as hard as you can, and the only thing you can see, and it's odd to you, you see a stone wall with what looks like a vein of some kind of metal in it. You know, because like, you know, when miners are mining for like gold or copper or platinum, they call it veins. You're looking for what little streaks of metal in the rock that look like the veins in a human body, so you can cut it out of the rock, in essence. Well, it's a similar thing that you're looking at, but it's untouched. It's an unveined touched, or an untouched vein. Just sitting there in this rock wall of some kind of metal or something. You can't really tell, but it looks as if it's actually pumping something through it, whether it be blood or liquid metal or something. It looks like what a vein in the human body actually what a vein inside the body actually does, which is pump blood. If you could focus in on that with a microscope to be able to see it enough, you would see actual blood pumping through those veins, the blood cells pumping through those veins. And that's kind of what it reminds you of. It's like watching cells in the body pump through these veins, and you're just following the veins, just watching these cells, or what looks like something, traveling through these veins in this rock wall, till eventually it becomes too much for you to handle, and you feel your whole arm begin to like shake and kind of hurt a little bit, and you instinctively drop Groomsh's eye and have to grab your wrist, because it feels like you've got arthritis in your hand, and it hurts for a minute. You have to like hold it back as you feel that pain shoot all the way up your arm into your shoulder. Feels like you're darn near about to have a heart attack.
Owie.
Owie. Ouchies. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, Shyla is over there looking through she's opened up like a jewelry box looking thing, and inside of it this mist begins to rise out of it and then form into like a not a mirror, but it takes the shape of one of those oval mirrors as the mist in the shape itself begins to swirl and form into into basically a picture of Lord Farun, and she begins to speak to him, but she's speaking in hushed tones. Zoltan and Android, if you guys are caught up paying attention to Otis, you're welcome to roll a listen if you want to. Well, I'll tell you what to do. First, if you care to hear what Shyla's actually saying, you're gonna first have to roll a spot to see if you even notice that she's over there, what she's doing, because you're actively pulling your attention away from what Otis is doing to even notice her. And then if you notice her, you have to roll a listen to see if you even hear what she's saying.
Okay.
Nope, Android, you are way more concerned with what's going on with Otis than anything Shyla's got going on.
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
What about you, Zoltan?
You said a spot and then...
Well, a spot. Pass your spot check first, and then we'll decide. And then we'll worry about rolling the listen. Yeah, same with you. You're just like, this whole ordeal with what happened to Otis just now, you're not even caring what Shyla is about. So yeah, Otis is sitting there holding his wrist, and eventually it subsides, Otis. But you're like
All right.
breathing a little heavy, you're sweating a little bit.
Well, that's all that. I'm doing all that breathing heavy and sweating. We'll grab the eye and put it up.
Good idea. But yeah, that's what you saw. Shyla closes the jewelry box with just like a slap. And she turns and looks at you all and she says, she walks past you all and looks out the tent and yells at one of the random contingent. Something to the effect of go fetch Captain Cassafane. Go fetch Captain Cassafane. Now. He just, he salutes her and says yes and takes off, and she walks in. She goes, so Lord Farrun wants to help you, but he's got some questions for you that he couldn't ask himself. Why? I don't know. But he couldn't ask them himself.
Okay.
Why is Uquill and Agaragis in the Underworld by themselves right now? What? Excuse me. I don't know. I've been drinking water to try and get rid of that, and I still keep getting. She says, why is Uquill and Agaragis even in the Underworld? What have you guys gotten yourselves into now?
Oh, that was mostly an accident. You see, what would happen was Agaricus stole something from my buddy Zoltan here, and they took off, and they jumped into, I guess, what they kept calling their pocket. And when Quill and I barged into it behind them, there was another bigger mushroom than Agaricus that was in there, and Agaricus gave Zoltan's possession over to the mushroom, and we, tried to chase them through another door, and I don't know if we just broke the door or what exactly happened there, but they ended up in the East Underworld, and that's just kind of how that went down. The bigger mushroom knocked me out in the process. He kind of motions up and down himself, and he's like, obviously, and that's just how Uquill gets down. He pushed past it and followed them through the door, and I was left in the pocket, and yeah, it was a bad deal. I guess Uquill had a talk with the Agaricus or something about stealing your buddy's possessions, and we're cool now or something, but we're trying to get them back.
She says, oh. Huh. She thinks thoughtfully for a moment, and there's something on her face. And she says, Lord Varun would love to help you. He said he would be exceedingly delighted to assist you in this predicament.
I bet he would.
There is something in her eyes. You are welcome. All of you are welcome to roll a sense motive if you'd like.
Bet.
Yep.
Ruckus just kind of says, so there's no fighting?
Oh, I look at Rokus. I'm like, no, not yet, at least.
Says, oh. And then he just kind of whispers under his breath. He's like, her name is Yoshi.
I hear that?
I mean, I mean, he's not really trying to hide it, but he's just kind of saying it to himself. But yeah, you do hear it. So, Android, there is something off about her demeanor to you, but you're not really picking up on it. You know, you don't know if it's just because of the the situation and you're being pulled in every which way direction right now, but you're just a little off your game. However, Otis, you notice almost instantly you've become hip to this woman almost instantly. From the moment she first met you and then that whole little interaction, you knew everything there was to know about her. You understand her body language and everything. And it appears to you, you realize that there's a lack of surprise on her face. Like most people, when you're giving them information that they're not already privy to, have a certain kind of body language. But after Android's explanation, it feels more like her body language reads more like a confirmation than being divulged to, as it were.
Like she already knew.
Precisely. Or at least had an idea. I will let you roll. You can roll an intelligence if you want to see if you can't kind of put that together in your head. See if you can't use the power of deduction, as it were. Yeah, not bad. Not bad for a freaking. Not bad for an ability check, though. You're not entirely sure, but you kind of wonder: is it because she already knew, or is this like secondhand? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't quite put it together because also you're wondering, like, what the heck you just saw in the Eye of Groomsh. Your arm is really hurting. You're kind of hungry. Plus, you're pretty sure you heard a squirrel run by just now, and you're like, man, it's snowing outside. The squirrels should really be finding a way to hibernate right now. I don't know why they're out running around. And then you're like, hey, speaking of running around, how much running around have I done since I've gotten back? Man, you see what I'm saying? Like, you put enough of it together that you realize that one little key element, and then your brain just kind of does what a halfling's brain does. You know what I mean? You just kind of... You're like, yeah, I half expected those guys to be a little settled down by the time I got back, but they're not settling down at all. They're just making things worse. Speaking of making things worse, what is this whole thing about the elements, too? Who is this Zoltan guy? You give him like a look and then go back to what you're doing. Zoltan doesn't know why you looked at him like that just now. You know, that whole thing is playing itself out, but eventually a drow elf enters the tent who you can only surmise must be this Captain Cassifane, as it were. And he's not like the rest of the contingent. You know, the rest of the contingent wears that dark armor and everything. He's wearing dark armor, but he's also got some fine leathers involved in it. And he's got this like purple cape with red lining to decorate his armor, and he's got a pair of swords that he keeps strapped to his back as he enters. And he looks at Shyla and gives her the proper salute, the drow salute, which is you know, they do their best to kind of make their arms look kind of like they have spider legs in a weird sort of way, like they cross them both over their chest, and then let their hands just kind of flop out with their fingers outstretched, and then they just kind of they don't really bow, they just kind of squat, not like a full on squat, just kind of a squat with a bow of their head. And then he's like, Lady Shyla. And then he looks to the rest of you all. He says, and who is this?
Oh, he's asking us?
Yeah, well, he's just kind of saying it out loud just to see if you guys will respond.
Oh, I guess Android's kind of like, well, though there be few of us now, we are the glorious many.
So is that what Android's going to start calling them now?
Perhaps.
Okay. He looks you up and down. He says, glorious. Indeed. He says, I apologize for speaking drow when I first entered. I didn't realize we had company, and that perhaps your tongue, though at least halfway capable of speaking the language of the ancients, is only half capable. So I apologize if I was rude.
Kind of like, not at all.
You can't be sure, but you think that was probably really backhanded, what he just said to you.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Androids just doesn't give a shit.
He looks at Zoltan now, being a half drow, and raises a single eyebrow. Looks you over, Zoltan, and he goes, you look familiar to me. Have we met?
I don't believe so.
I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Then he looks over at Otis. Says, oh. Okay. He turns back to Lady Shyla. He says,
Oh, that's all I get. Okay.
yeah. He has never seen anything like you. You don't even have to roll to be able to know that. You can just tell when somebody has not seen anything of your like. You know, they always give you the same look. It's a look of confusion. Like, not so much about your height. You know, Drow are aware of Mycadid, and Mycadid are about the same height as you. You know? That's not what's throwing him off. It's the fact that you're not, you don't look like a Mycadid. No. One thing I will say that you can tell, Otis, about Drow society, though you have not had a lot of experience with them, they're really snarky, kind of snooty, but they're clean. This tent, although it be just a tent in the middle of a forest, is immaculate. They've even put down a carpet big enough to cover the entire circular structure of the tent, just so they don't get the ground on anything. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the fact that you're about the, so best you can figure is it's not your height, it's just the way you look. You know, it's almost like you can almost tell like he's just confused by what you are altogether. You know what I mean? But you can tell that it's not patronizing the way he's looking at you. It's more like a, huh, I will have to ponder that. And he looks at Lady Shyla and he goes, you called for me? She says, yes, Lord Varun wants you to escort our guests here back to the Drow City in the east. And speak with him when you get there. He says, but my lady, we have wars out there. She says, that... Go. And please, before you say anything else, just remember your mouth and what your mouth belongs to. The very structure that your mouth sits on as it speaks to me. I want you to think about that. Your brain is connected to your mouth. And because that is... While it functions, just think. And at this, he just kind of straightens up and looks at you all, and he says, You could just see that there's like kind of like an unrequited anger that he is choking back right now.
Android just smiles.
I am Captain Cassafane, Demastrius. I will take you to the Drow City now, if you are ready to leave.
Yeah, sally ho. If everybody else is ready, I'm good.
Not quite.
Then not quite. You wait just a minute, Brodus.
Otis would actually like to go to all the fallen with wolf brothers and stuff and pray.
Okay. So you go out there and you go to the graves of the fallen wolf brothers, and you remember these guys from long ago when you first met the wolf brothers. They were some of the first wolf brothers that you had met. Well, they weren't the first wolf brothers that you met, but they were a part of the wolf brothers at the time when you first met them, I guess I should say. And you see a couple of graves marked there. One for Wolf Lord Izakora and her wolf Pathfinder, and another for Rosetta, Wolf Lord Rosetta, and her wolf Ash. And you remember Izakora, she was an elf, a high elf, but she was blind. Completely blind. She didn't have like the long, luxurious hair. She was almost like a spiritual guide for Coralon Larethian. Oftentimes Coralon would inquire with her on what moves he should make and everything, and she was just kind of like this I guess you could say a soothsayer for him. She was his most trusted advisor. And yeah, she's one of the ones who passed, unfortunately. And that's really what you remember about Izakora. The other Wolf Lord was Rosetta, which you didn't have a lot of interactions with her, but you remember she had this long orange hair, and she was just kind of quiet. The one thing that you knew her for the most is that she was uncannily strong, and when she did have an opinion, she would speak it, always speak it. In fact, her and Uquill had a run-in once where you seem to recall them wrestling to see who could get the better of the other one, which ended up with them hanging out for the rest of the day out of respect to one another. And you seem to remember she was one of the few people you ever saw get the better of you, Quill. Completely like flipping him over her back when he thought he was gonna grab her because he was so much taller than her and so much bulkier. And she used his own inertia and just kind of boom, flipped him right over her back and dropped him. And then put him in like a hold with his like an arm bar and told him, you know, strength is not enough if you don't have a plan. That's the most you remember about her. And you see that there's a plaque there, kind of like a little memorial headstone there that reads, you know, in the time of, you know, in the 5 years after Coralon's passing and all that, and the war between Luthic and Lorethian, we remember those wolf lords who fell in battle. You do notice that there is no gravestone for Kelm. But you do see like what it looks like is a bunch of trees, or maybe perhaps like a bush, a very large bush with vines that have reached out from either sides of the ground and arched and wrapped around each other to make this like little arched way tomb. And there's a memorial there for Kelm. Or not Kelm. Not Kelm. I am tripping.
I was gonna say, didn't you say that they were gonna go grab Kelm? No. Like he was still alive, like the book?
Yeah, Kelm's still alive. I'm thinking of Kale. Kale Evergreen. He was the and you remember him the most because he was that wolf lord with the two wolves, Tomac and Gisbane. Kale was the one who did not like the Inglorious at all. He was constant. He's the one that kept telling Coralon, "We don't need to trust them. They're nothing but trouble." And then Coralon died, and he was like, "You're the ones who caused him to die." He's the one that tried to convince Yoshi to stop traveling with you guys. Then he decided to travel with you guys to protect Yoshi, and he's the one. Him and Gisbane, his wolf, not Tomac, not the other one, but him and Gisbane both got disintegrated when you guys fought Lucchese in his library. He's the one that jumped. He literally, it might have been you. I can't remember who in the party, but Lucchese tried to use disintegration, and he jumped in your guys' way, and it hit him and Gisbane and completely. And the memorial is just for the one we couldn't find. But the thing you remember about Kale the most, though, is the fact that before he died, he understood. Before he died, by the time he died, he understood who the Inglorious were and became an ally to you guys. But yeah.
Alright, so Otis is gonna go like in the middle of all three of them, or between all of the ones that you were just talking about. Kneel down and grab his holy symbol and just pray, basically saying, "May you forever rest in peace." And then he's gonna pull his ring up to his face and say, "Hey, Dot."
Do. Yes, Otis?
Connect me to Android through the divine line.
She's just, woo, woo. Hello, Otis. You hear the voice say now that sounds familiar. He says, "Greeting, Otis. I will connect you to Android right away." Android, you suddenly feel your ring begin to buzz and turn blue as if somebody's trying to connect to you on the divine line.
The android answers.
What's up? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess he picks up and he's like, hello?
You have a collect call from. No. He, as soon as you say hello, Otis, you just hear the divine line say, he's there. Go ahead.
Hey, Android. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
So I didn't want to say anything while there, but I do want to make you aware. It seems like she already knew everything before we told her. I don't know how, but I just have a strong feeling that she already knows, or already knew. Do with that information what you will. But I'm about to head back.
I concur. She does seem to know more about it than what she's telling. How much, I really couldn't tell you, but she did seem to, I don't know. She did seem a little fishy to me too, but
Well, also the fact that she seems ready for us to head out, and yet I have not told what I have seen.
oh,
Yeah.
good point. Well, we did describe the area. He kind of thinks for a moment. He's like, not to play devil's advocate, just, you know.
Yeah, but
But
she
that
did
was
ask for the most
pretty-
recent location and has yet to ask me what I have seen, is my point.
Yep, this is true. I'll await your return and we can ask some further questions if you so wish.
I want to see what happens before we bring it up.
Very well.
Alright, I'm heading back now.
Okie dokie. Android gives the divine line a little kiss. He just kisses the little ring on his finger, and then he puts it down.
So you give the ring a little kiss, and you hang up. Otis, as you hang up, the divine line says, "Do you require anything else from me, Otis?"
No, that is all, thank you.
It's a good day then. Woo. As you're hanging up the ring, you're startled because you didn't realize that coming up around you, you see a large black dire wolf sitting there at the memorial of Kale now, with its head bowed, with its eyes closed in reverence, and standing near that big dire black wolf is a blue-skinned half-orc woman standing there with it. They kind of startle you with the jump that gets your attention anyways, or gets her attention, I should say, anyways. Not so much the wolves, but it gets her attention. And she just looks at you and she says, "Shh." She says, "Don't mean to startle you."
It's a little too late for that.
Is that the one that we met before? I remember there being like an orcish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Android's gonna be like, oh, not at all.
And
You're not
Android's
with me.
not there.
Oh,
That's
no.
not the,
I
that's
don't-
not the
yeah.
memorial.
I don't
My
want to be
bad.
a party pooper. You're just not there.
No, my fault. My fault. I thought for some reason I thought Otis had already regrouped with us and we were following along with Shyla. That's my fault.
No, it's cool.
You go, Otis.
Yeah, she just looks at you, Otis, and she goes, "Don't mean to startle you." She just kind of motions to Tomac. It's like Tomac here just likes to come and pay his respects. Says, "You's a halfling, right? Brings you all the way here to Lorethian."
Android and Zoltan do.
Says, oh, androids here?
Yes.
Says,
You know
interesting.
him?
She says, yeah, I helped him out way back. Says, they needed help getting to Luthic. So I showed him the way. Says, I'm Kitra. This boy right here, and she goes to pet him and then realizes that he's not done with his reverence, so she stops and she goes, this is Tomac.
I'm Otis, and Otis looks towards Tomac and just kind of lowers his head a little bit. It's like kind of like a bow-ish movement.
You do that, and Tomac opens his eyes and looks at you, Otis, and in remembrance, and nods to you. She's like, oh, he already knows you.
Yeah, we traveled with Kale.
Says, you're one of the inglorious few.
Yeah.
She's like,
I guess.
oh, you killed Groomsh.
Yeah.
Says, yeah. Says, I mean, I should be pissed off about that, but I'm not. Like, she goes, it's hard enough being a half orc, but when you're a half orc with, she motions to her skin color, she's like, coming out this color. They really don't appreciate you then. Says,
Yeah, I can understand how that feels.
she looks you up and down. She goes, yeah. You get picked on a lot for being short.
More than you know.
Says, that sucks. She goes, well, you're all right. You say your name was Otis?
Yes, Otis Hirokin.
It's all right. Well, you're all right, Otis Hirokin. She says, you keep those guys out of trouble now.
Sure.
She's like, is that one still traveling with them?
What one?
Oh, he was like I don't know, like a cat person or something. Real, like, pitch black fur cat. Kind of off-putting a little bit. Yeah, real brash. I mean, yeah, he almost got them killed when I was trying to guide them to Luthic. He just we were trying to hide out from one of their scouting parties, and he just up and decided to go and attack them.
I have no idea who it is you were describing.
She said, well, then that's good. That means they kicked him to the curb. That
Doesn't help that I was also on hiatus for a long time, so.
says, well, welcome back.
Thank you.
She looks you over and she goes, yeah? Rough trip?
Very.
She just kind of leans down and kind of like pats you on the arm, you know what I mean? Not hateful, just kind of like friendly, you know, just kind of, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She says, you're tough. She goes, I know about hard times, trust me. She goes, you'll get through it. She stands up and with that, Tomac just kind of yawns and she goes, oh, he's looking to go take a nap. I suppose it's time for us to go and take one of our dailies.
Well, it was nice meeting you, and hopefully we'll meet again.
Just for sure. You keep them boys out of trouble now.
Once again, if anything, I'm the one that needs to be kept out of trouble.
Says, if you say so. She goes, I know hateful people. You're not hateful. She wanders off with Tomac, allowing you to make your way back to the group. When you get back there, everybody's just kind of standing around waiting. While Otis was gone, is there anything that Zoltan and Android want to do or be doing, or are they just kind of hanging out?
I'm gonna say Android's just kind of hanging out.
What about Zoltion?
Hanging out.
Zoltion. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I know. I was just saying your name funny, so I said it again. Zoltion. Anyways, Otis, when you get back, it's basically a brief conversation of Shyla, telling you all that that Captain Cassafane is going to take you guys to the East Underworld and assist you in whatever. She can't be for sure, but she was requested by Lord Varun himself. So who was she to say no? And with that, Lord Cassafane goes over, or Captain Cassafane goes over to the portal way that you guys remember that just looks like an arched mirror until it fills full of mist and then begins to swirl, and then you enter it and poof, you're teleported. Otis, you've never seen this before, and you watch Captain Cassafane go into it, and then you watch Zoltan and Android go into it like it's nothing. What is with Ruckus and Solar following in tow? How does this strike Otis seeing this?
Otis is just looking at it, jaw open, watching them vanish one by one, just like slowly making his way to it, like it's gonna fucking bite him. Quickly throw a hand in, bring it back out, and then just walk in.
As you're trying that too, you hear Shyla just kind of giggle a little bit, like not like a hee hee hee, but more like a an adult woman would, like just a She's like, don't be afraid, it won't bite. It's not the thing in this particular instance that will bite. Anyways.
Otis just says, okay. He backs away from it, takes a running start, and just dives into it.
She, as you jump into the portal and vanish, she says to herself, something that nobody will ever hear, just herself, but she's just like, he should have stayed with me. What a pity. And she goes about her business. Otis, you jump into the mirror, or into the mist, and you feel yourself become increasingly wet, like, just drenched. And yeah, I had to think about the shut up.
Nice.
I'm so wet right now.
You become particle, basically. You completely separate and become particle and form with the mist. You are the mist. As you feel yourself just travel in mist form at speeds unimaginable. Just I mean, it looks like traveling fast in snow when it's coming directly at your face. How it just looks like you're flying through a meteor storm. That's what it looks like right now. Just and dang freaking keyboard. Anyways, it's just and then boom, you're on the other side, completely formed again. Stepping out, completely dry, no less, in this very grand room. Everything the entire architecture itself looks like as if it's made out of stone, some kind of jagged stone. But again, it's the design and the decorum that strike you as fancy. Everything again is that Renaissance goth aesthetic. And you see Android and Zoltan standing there with a bald gentleman with extremely pale skin. And as you enter, Otis, he just says, "Welcome. I believe that Lord Varun is expecting all of you. My name, which I want to say I remember his name, but I don't want to get it wrong. But he says, what is his name? What is his name? He said, yeah, my name is Ipton. I am Lord Varun's personal assistant. And he has sent me to retrieve you. You have much to speak about. Yes?
Indeed.
Says, well, then let us be off. We should not wait any longer. Lord Varun doesn't have that much patience, I should say. As you all well know, I am, after all, the one who took over for Shyla. After her, shall we say, indiscretions. Again, because of his pale skin, you know that he's drow, but he's half drow. It's becoming apparent that Lord Varun only employs half drow. Says, well then, let us be off. Pip pip. And he turns to guide you all. That's where we pick up with Uquil and Agaragis. Agaragis, you still with us? Call this a courtesy call, a courtesy checkup. We were called in as a courtesy checkup. We were what is that called? Wellness check? Is that what they call that when people just show up to your people's houses sometimes to make sure that they're just oh my gosh, to make sure that they're just still okay or whatever? Yeah.
Breathing.
Yeah, wellness check.
Yeah, a wellness check. Agaragis, you well? Hey, get your butt over here.
I'm here.
You there? So, Agaragis and Uquil, you guys, of course, met the Lost Myconid and have agreed to help them if they can assist you in finding a way out of this dreadful in-between, which is what they call that part of the underworld that is not inhabited or less inhabited. It's the uncivilized, the undiscovered portion of the underworld, as it were. The portion that sits in the center of the underworld between east and west, because underneath of it lies underneath, I should say, the continent of Alahizar, or as it's also known as the Great Desert, which makes it very unstable. Lots of caverns are known for caving in, and it's full of, well, as you have found, it's full of all kinds of manner of terrible thing that just it seems like if it moves here, it wants to kill you. I don't know if you picked up on that yet or not, but it is the Australia of the underworld. If it moves, it's trying to kill you, you know? And so you are traveling a little ways with the Lost and their little psychoandrogyny, and they don't take you very far. They bring you to this rock wall that you can see is that has a vein of some kind of material, some kind of metal or something. Quill, you are allowed to roll a blacksmithing to see if you can't identify that material, if you want, or to see if you can't make heads or tails of it.
They give him a second.
Ah, I see.
He put in a pizza in the oven.
I understand. I was actually munching a plate of nachos, so I get it. I don't know if y'all could hear that. If y'all could hear that, then you folks at home probably heard that as well. And I'm a trifle sorry about that.
Things. All right, what am I rolling a blacksmithing for? I'm sorry.
Just to see, okay, so the Lost have brought you up to a rock wall with some kind of vein, like a vein of metal traveling through it,
Yes.
or something. You don't know if it's metal or what it is, but because typically it is precious metals and ore that usually get mined out of veins. It could be a metal, on average. So you are welcome to investigate it should you want to. That is completely up to you on whether or not you want to do that. I told you guys we're probably only going to play to 11, but I've changed my mind. We're probably going to play till 12, if that's okay with him. There's just a few.
They're literally against the policy. You can't.
I have weaponsmithing. Is that what you meant?
I thought you had blacksmithing of some sort, like as a profession or something.
No, craft weaponsmithing, and I have miner.
Oh, well, you have minor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And miner. What is that? 14. 33.
33. So, walk me through how you inspect this. Like, what's Uquill's process of inspecting that? Because Uquill isn't one technically to be so technical. So I imagine the way he inspects things, like it's, I don't want to say it's contradictory to his normal persona. It's just like those one instances where you catch that special moment where you see Uquill like actually like get real scientific and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he proves to everybody he is quite capable of doing this kinds of stuff. You know what I mean?
I think for the most part, he would kind of go about it like, oh, how do you say? Trying to think of the words, but they're not coming to me for some reason. Like, inquisitive yet like more curious than like a scholarly look. He's just like, huh, this looks like one of them thingy things with the thing.
Yeah.
Kind of gently pokes it, and he's like, seen stuff kind of like this once upon a blue moon.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't he have like one of those little sight monocle type things that he can bring up to his eyes?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay. So you You kind of inspect it, kind of scratch at it a little bit. You're just kind of like the thing type of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And you pull out your little sight deal. The whole time Agaragus is over on your back and watching you do this. What does Agaragus do while Uquill's doing this? Because you're seeing Uquill in rare form right now. You know, he's actually being, you know, like he said, he's not entirely like a scholarly type of person. He's just not like, but I mean, he is doing some pretty scholarly stuff. What is Garagus's reaction to all this while Uquill is doing that, while you're on his back?
Garrus doesn't really know what to think of it. He's just like, this is just, you can do that?
Yeah. He's perplexed more at the question, like, what the fuck you mean I can do? Yeah, of course. Who can't?
What do you mean?
What are those?
I'm gonna say he refers to that as your boots, the boots that have somehow found a way to cinch themselves onto his hips perfectly so you can ride comfortably without it being a burden to either you or him.
I allow this.
Yeah. As if he's referencing, I can do that. Look at what you're doing. You can do that. Uquill, you have successfully identified this vein to be a vein of titanium metal, which falls under the class of common, but it is the highest regarded metal in the common category.
Mm-hmm.
It would take some appraisal to determine, you know, its price, but, you know.
Appraising now.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get here. Ha! We get a dice that jumps off the fucking thing. Where you go? It fell on the floor. I rolled it with too much vigor.
Gotta come out.
23.
Gotta calm down, buddy. Yeah. So you get to appraising just a little bit of dust you got in your hand, looking at it. It's pure. That is pure titanium. All killer, no filler. Uncut, pure, fresh. You snort it. No, I'm just kidding. But you, yeah. But you look it up and down, and you figure one good solid ingot of this stuff has to be at least $350 an ingot. And then you look at the wall again and you realize that vein stretches a good freaking distance. And that vein is visible all the way down into the darkness beyond your sight. And as you look back, you realize that vein travels kind of like a roadway, branching off. Like the main vein of it runs like a roadway, but branching off of it are little roadways, almost like what you would see on a leaf from the main stem. And then you've got the thicker stem on the leaf, and then you got those short, you got the smaller ones that look like almost like you're looking at a translucent hand. And it runs all the way back to about your position, and there's a hole in the wall where you're watching every now and then liquid titanium just kind of drip out of the hole for a minute. I will say that the little lost Myconid, right? The little green one, the one that had been speaking to you. He's standing over there by the hole, pointing at it, nodding his head.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. You like? Yes, yes.
Yeah. I want some. That's all. Yes. I want it. Need it.
Goes the vein? Yes, yes. You need? Yes, yes. You need.
Yes.
Let's get you home. The vein. Get you. You and you. You would get home. Yes. The vein. Yes, yes.
Sure. I want some of the vein.
You have? You have vein? Says you keep. We give vein. And he takes like a little droplet of it and eats it and goes, good. Tasty. Says you keep vein. You get water cleared out for us. We live by water. You have vein. Yes, yes. We get you home.
Cool looks on his shoulder and he's like, I think I understood what it said, but I'm not sure. Make it make sense. Still looking like translator.
So Gargus, you do have some experience talking to Lost Myconid before. When it had the root come out of its hand and it could speak perfectly to you, that was new. You don't think you've ever seen, you don't think you knew that the Lost could do that. But, however, you have experience talking to him like this. And best that you can figure what he's saying is, yeah, sure. The vein, it's good food. Yeah, you can have it. Just get the watering hole open like you said you would, clear it out like you said you would, and we'll give you the vein too.
Right.
So go ahead and tell Quill that in Agaragus's words. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, go ahead and tell Quill that in Agaragus's words. I want to hear how Agaragus now translates that, because I know Agaragus. I am not doing Agaragus's way of description any justice.
He's like, you know, the thing with the other thing.
Cool raises an eyebrow.
It's okay to eat, but you must get water first. You do what you said you do, and then you can have.
I don't want to eat. Not good for me. No.
Very good. Healthy.
No. Bad Agaragus. Bad.
You say very good, healthy, and the little Lost goes, yes, good, tummy good.
No. Bad me. Bad me.
Agaricus puts 2 thumbs up.
I kill it till it dies.
He gives you 2 thumbs up. Yeah.
You will, he pulls out Eros. He's like, that.
Eros, what, to the hole or to the Lost?
Yeah, to the hole, like, even the vein. He's like, I want it for this.
So.
Not to eat.
So you've been listening to Eros hum this entire time anyways. As if there's things in the darkness that it would love to just take you on an eternity of slaying. Right? Like, you could kill all of the underworld and that wouldn't be enough for it, type of thing, right? Like, yes. there's a definite evil force that just permeates this place. However, it does not increase nor decrease being near these Lost or their psycho, nor does it increase nor decrease being near the vein. It's just a steady.
Just cool. Guess we're safe for the moment. Safe adjacent. But yeah, it's just like no. It's just gonna get us nowhere. Fine, we go. What? We gotta get water from.
He takes you by the hand. Lost takes you by the hand and guides you guys over to it and goes, finger in.
Huh?
He pulls out your finger and he puts it in the hole and just lets go of your hand. And then like pats you on the arm and he says, wait. You stand there for a few minutes. You stand there long enough to start feeling stupid.
I promise you, it didn't take very fucking long.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, it feels like something is sucking your finger. And
the fuck?
Yeah. Half of you is like, yeah. Half of you is like that, and the other half's like, well, whatever's doing that knows its business. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm saying, like, you was like, wait a second. The last time finger hole substance may be of moisture content sucky. The fuck?
Well,
I like, but I don't. Too many questions.
Well, that's the funny thing. Like,
send help.
It stops. It works its way up your finger up into your knuckle, right? And then stops. And then all of a sudden, you feel an irresistible force pull your arm. Just, hard enough that your shoulder bounces into the wall, almost knocking Agaragis off your back. You're just like, wait a minute, wait a minute. And then all of a sudden it's sucking your whole arm into the hole. And you and Agaragis feel yourselves, because Agaragis by proxy holding on to you, you guys feel yourself begin to transmogrify into an amoeba. Like some kind of amoeboid substance. And I don't know if amoeboid is a word, but we're going with it. Substance.
We're running with it either way.
We're doing it. Amoeboid. #amoeboid. Call Webster's Dictionary. If they can get bootylicious in there, we can get amoeboid. Anyways.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
To be fair.
At least one sounds like real thought was put into it. Anyways.
I'm not sure I'd go that far, but yeah.
Well, mine is, you're right. It's on the fly, but at least it wasn't invented by some hack who thinks they can sing country music. So you get, boom, sucked into this hole and thrown through this vein and begin to travel the vein at speeds unheard of. You don't even begin to know how that happened. But the last thing you hear down in the hole before it feels like your ears have just completely vanished, you have no mouth and you need to scream, is you hear the little lot say, bye-bye. And you're sucked through the hole.
One more for the people that are listening. Good boy.
Hey. You better calm down there, son. Anyway. We're not gonna have a chasing Amy moment, you know what I'm saying?
we might.
That boy loves you in a way he's not even prepared to deal with yet. As if he's saying, underneath Darth Vader, everybody's supposed to be white. Well, aren't they? And then he just shoots him. Anyways, you get thrown. It's such a funny scene. Anyways, you get thrown through through this vein wall, and you just travel it. And like I said, it is just an eldritch horror you can't even describe. Not mind shattering, but it's just
highly unpleasant.
Yeah, it's just this thing where it's like, what am I? Where am I? How am I? And then before you know it, though, you can't even be sure how far you traveled. Suddenly, you're being kicked out of another hole on the other side, completely repurposed. Well, not repurposed, but fashioned. You've been fashioned back to normal. You know? You and Agaragis. And standing there before you, you see a drow elf. Well, he's half drow anyways. You know this because his ears aren't as pointed. He's completely bald, so he doesn't have the typical dark hair as an elf. But he's pale white like Zoltan, which is usually the indicator that this dude is a halfling or a half.
He's not a
half breed. Yeah, he's a half breed. It is Ipton, and he's standing there looking upon you, and he says, "Oh, good. One of our." And he kind of licks his lips for a minute. It's like the weirdest thing, almost like watching a snake when it's smelling the air. You know how it smells it with its tongue. You know. Mm. He kind of does that, not so much in the wavy fashion. He's not sitting there going, you know what I mean? Yeah.
If you smell,
but it's more like a quick in and out. He's just kind of like, oh, good. Our scouts have located you. Lord Valroon will be very pleased. It turns out that the rumors were true. Oh boy. He looks over at you, Agaragis, and he goes, "What have you done now?"
Agaragis just like turns his head slightly sideways and then puts his arms up like, "What? I didn't do nothing."
He gives a very bemused half smile and he says, I am he looks at you, Quill, and goes, "I am Ipton. Lord Valroon. You are familiar with Lord Valroon, I'm sure. He's not one that one easily forgets. I am Lord Valroon's new assistant after he assigned Shyla to new endeavors. Yes, we shall say new endeavors." He says, "Come, Lord Valroon would love to speak with you." He says there is much he has to ask, and I'm sure you have much to tell. And with that, he graciously waits for you guys to kind of like stand up and kind of like clean yourselves off, but you instinctively go to like wipe yourself off, you Quill, and you realize you're not wet. There's not a trace of that stuff on you at all. And you turn around and you look at the hole and you just see the drip, drip. Agaragis, I gotta ask, does Agaragis bother to try and wipe themselves off, or was this nothing to them? They're just kind of like, well, that was something. Like, how did Agaragis take that? That whole ordeal.
Agaragis was kind of fine with it. He was just like, well, this is weird, and then he's like, well, I'm slimy anyways sometimes, so. But he does look at you, Quill, and goes, I hope he's talking about you. I hope you're the one that's gonna answer the question.
What does you Quill say to that? Oh, he's getting his pizza.
Oh.
No, that's fine. You can just repeat it when he gets back.
Uno momento.
Yeah. Uno momento. While we wait, not to have you guys butter my biscuit or anything, but What do you guys think of all this art that I've done so far? I put in some work to try and have as much like visual, but I'm going to say the one that I am proud of the most is Dodd. Because I didn't think I'd be able to actually create something like Dodd in the art. And there you have it. You know? And it's pretty close to the way I envisioned him. He's a little thin, but I envisioned Dodd being a little bit more stouter than that. But I mean, that bouquet on for a head, that is okay. Good talk. Good talk.
Well, I mean, personally,
welcome.
I didn't imagine his body looking so apish, but you know,
Who looking so apish?
God.
Oh yeah, he kind of does. He kind of does look apish, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I envision him.
I imagined his body being more like the stalk of a mushroom, I guess, because it kind of looks like hairy to me. But
man.
Overall, they're good quality. You know, that's not necessarily a complaint. That's just the difference in how I envisioned him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Like I envisioned his body looking a little bit more stout, less hairy, a little bit more stringy, and like you said, a little bit more mushroom-like. And for whatever reason, this was just the closest I could get it. Like this was the best one I could find, right? So I just kind of
like it looks good overall.
Yeah,
like I get the idea of it being like it's not supposed to be hair, it's supposed to be like plant fiber. Just from a distance it looks almost like hair, you know.
Yeah, it looks like he's hairy, but it's like his hair is plant fiber. And I wanted it to be more mushroom and stringy, and it just I couldn't quite nail that, you know. But I did get the head. I did manage to, yeah, I did. I did manage to nail the bouquet on his head. You know what I mean? And that was the part that I thought was just gonna be impossible. You know, I didn't think I was gonna get that. So, the fact that turned out, I was like, well, I can live with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks good overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Another one is like the Lost. I tried to do the same thing with the Lost, and that was the closest I could get to that too. So I was just like, okay, well, that'll have to work. Like I wanted their eyes to be kind of like shadowed underneath the hood more. And I just could not, I could not do it. So I was just like, well, you know.
Yeah, those ones are pretty much how I imagined. Like they're freaky.
Yeah.
She said.
Yeah. All right. So, what was the question Agaragis asked you, Quill, now? Or what was it Agaragis said to you, Quill? Pick him back up.
Agaragis looks over at you, Quill, and is like, I hope you know that you should be the one answering those questions.
Huh? Nani?
It's like, well, I mean, I don't know what he's gonna ask me, and I don't know if I have the answer.
Half of you Quill's like speech is just groans.
Yes, exactly. This is all him, by the way. This is not fucking. This is you, Quill. He's just like, God damn it, I'm about to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, you didn't have to follow me into my little thing, man.
I will shake the fucking life out of you, creature.
While you guys are having this conversation, Ipton has walked away and literally come back, and he looks at you all and he's like, emotions for you to follow him. He's like, if you don't mind, can you all discuss this while walking? Please and thank you.
Answer a question first. What the fuck just happened to me?
Says, pardon?
How did I go from wherever the fuck I was to here?
Says, oh, you traveled one of the veins.
Yuko looks at him so fucking flatly, like it's almost a pained expression on his face. Like, motherfucker, that is not no. What is no, motherfucker?
Says, honestly, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows how it works, but there is something in there that feeds off of it liquefies the titanium and, oh, he doesn't say titanium, he says the metal, the mineral, and some prefer to eat it as if it's good for them. I don't know what the nutritional value of it is.
He turns his head like the horror movie type of turns his head slowly towards fucking
towards
towards the Garrus. Like, yeah. Word on the street is it's good. I don't think so.
Nutritious tastes just like chicken.
He looks back at him and he's like, "You understand my frustration, do you?" Yes.
He says, I'm well versed in Mycodid.
You can raise the hand. Nigga, I ain't. Oh, that one was purely on purpose.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not. We're like 2 to 3 hours deep in this already. I'm not.
If I make it this far, there's an Easter egg.
Yeah. Anyways, it's not the gift you wanted, but perhaps it's the gift you deserve. He sits there for a minute and he looks at the hole and he says, well, I don't know what's in there. I don't know what exists in there. I just know that it liquefies the mineral down for consumption, but it somehow, if you interact with it, it can morph you and you will travel the flow of the mineral. Basically. Says it's actually quite valuable, that metal there. It's one of the reasons why Lord Falrune built his estate right here, using that wall as its cornerstone, so that we may benefit from its illustriousness. I myself am not a worker of metal and whatnot, so I couldn't tell you what kind of mineral that is, nor do I care. Every once in a while, I like to indulge myself and place myself within the hole to travel it. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but it's got quite the pull.
Yeah.
Says, yes, that's precisely how we met those lost that you came across. Very fortunate. Very fortunate. I've always said Lord Valren has luck that is unheard of.
Yeah. I guess I could see that.
He says, speaking of which, let's not dilly-dally any further. Lord Varun is waiting. And with that, he turns, like, very abruptly, like, turns and slaps his boots together as he begins walking with a clop, 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 clop. He's like, come on now, pitter patter.
Hugo just sighs. He's like, fuck. I guess the evil I know is better than the evil I don't. He knows this probably ain't gonna be a good meeting.
What does Agaragis do?
We're just following him, right?
If you wish, you are allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
That's what a Garricus goes, but is Uquill?
Yeah, Uquill's following.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so... Huh? I'm sorry?
Oh no, you're good. He just kind of waddles, like, try to catch up to Uquill like a penguin.
Hey, wait up. So he takes you into a meeting room, like a study, a personal study. And there you see standing there, Lord Farun, as you remember him. The last time you saw him, he is a half drow as well, which could explain why he only employs half drows. He is the son of Corlon Larethian and Lolth, half brother to Yoshi Larethian, and half brother to both Yin and Yang now as well. His skin isn't pale though, like most half drow, and his ears are more pointed, and he's got the light white hair, but he's got that white hair like most drow. But what sets him apart is the fact that unlike drow, he can grow a beard, which he does prominently as he wears his purple silk suit and finery. And as typical of him, he's sitting there sipping a glass of brandy as he looks at you somewhat inquisitively. As you enter, he turns to look at you, Agaragis, and you, Quill, and he says, well now, I did not think that we'd meet so soon again after our last meeting. But it seems to me you cannot help but get yourselves into trouble.
I ain't about changing my middle name to trouble. It's suiting.
He says, quite. I lost a good liaison because of you.
My bad.
I picture that's exactly how Uquill answers too. He says, my bad, and then burps like that and everything.
Yep.
Valrun just eyes you for a minute and he says, indeed. Sips his brandy. Says, well, now, and he looks down at you, Agaragis, and he goes, now what did you do? Word around is that you have something in your possession that my mother dearest desires greatly. So great that she would be willing to go into a pact with your mother, Zugdamoy.
I do not believe I possess them anymore.
He just kind of laughs. He's like, it won't do you any good trying to lie to me, child. Especially when I have a witness here who can verify whether or not you still have that item on you. Isn't that true, Uquill? Or you, He looks at you for a minute. You're like, huh? He's like,
yeah, he was looking for the bitches.
The hourglass. The hourglass.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Agaragis, do they still have that on them? Or what the little Micah is saying true? That you've lost it?
Well, kind kinda, sorta. Yeah, I don't have it on me.
I mean, it's not lying. He just says it flatly, like, number one, I don't know why you think we're cool, but it's not lying.
Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, wait.
Who the fuck do you think you are, but okay.
What does a character?
This is you, Quill. Like, come on, man.
All right.
He's never been one to, like, let people,
chill.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He's never been one, though, that, like, like, that type of, like, snottiness has always been an off-putting thing for him. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
So it's just like, yeah, I'm not fool.
What did Agaricus say though? What did they say? Did they say see?
Yeah. Yeah, he was like, see, I'm not lying.
So with that, he just looks. He doesn't look troubled. He doesn't even look like dismayed or anything. What he looks is aggravated, perhaps perturbed a little bit, annoyed, if you will. He says, so let me get this straight. This thousands of year old relic that legend has been taken from the annals of time itself, where the very mechanism that controls the very system that governs our lives. And we have a piece of it. So much so that, again, my mother is willing to make a pact with a demon, i.e. your mother, and he motions to you, Agaricus. He says, we have a relic of such ancient power and ability, and you have lost it down here in the in-between. Well, you lost it in the in-between anyways. And he looks at this and he goes, don't ever mistake this to be the in-between. This is, my decorum is untouched.
Agaricus is like, I mean, it's somewhere. It's still somewhere.
Well,
Yukul looks at the little thing profoundly and was like, as little and as much sense as that make, I don't know whether I'm proud or astonished more. He's just sitting, like, he's standing there dumbfounded, just looking like that's too fair.
He says, well, my mother doesn't have it, so that's a start.
Big facts.
He says, because if there's one thing that I don't want, that's my mother to have it.
Facts.
But it sounded like you were advocating for it.
He says, oh, no. You miss... On the very contrary. See, you are mistaking a cordial attitude with advocation. Just because I'm aware of what my mother desires and what her plans are, and because I want to interject myself into those plans, does not mean that I'm advocating for her success. It is quite the opposite, actually. I would love nothing more than to make sure my mother does not experience a single ounce of joy or success for the rest of her life. And if I can accomplish that, then I can die a happy drow.
Agaricus just looks astonished.
Yukul looks down.
Yeah.
He's like, that right there is the epitome of teenage rebellion.
Agaricus goes, do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
He says, I understand that this would be hard for you to grasp, considering you're a myconid. And that's not even a slight against your intelligence. Not even a little bit. Just, you were created, you and I were both created in a similar manner, with one sole purpose in mind, and that was servitude. The difference is, I was created with free will.
Uquil's kind of like stop paying attention and is kind of wandering off, just kind of looking at shit. Not far away, just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But not bad dicks, I guess. He's just like, this conversation's good enough.
He opens up a cigar box and then just, instead of closing it, he just lets his finger go and it just closes on its own, just slap. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, he's just messing with something and it falls over and he's like, whoops, and he just keeps... Lord Valrin just kind of eyeballs you critically for a minute. And then he goes back to Agaragos and he takes a drink of his brandy and he says, see, Agaragos, you don't know any other way. You're part of what they call a collective.
Agaricus interjects and he goes, keep telling yourself all that.
Huh. So you believe that your mother, as it were, loves you unconditionally. Is that correct? That you were just loved without condition.
He says, that's not what I said. I'm just saying that what makes you think you're so different.
Says, because I understand the price of failure.
And yet you continue to be one?
Damn!
Says, this is why I don't like talking to myconids. And he downs the whole brandy. And then just throws the glass against a wall and he goes, well, it'll please you to know. And he like yells out for you, Quill, and he goes, please stop touching that. That is that tapestry is made out of 1,000-year-old silk from the butt of a phase worm, and I need you to bring it back. I need you to...
Uquil just kind of like lightly pulls his hands back. He's like, eh? Goes back to the cigar box and pulls out a cigar.
Yes. I said phase worm, I meant phase spider, and I didn't even mean phase spider, I meant harpoon spider, so I messed that one up completely. But I'm gonna chalk that up to Agaragos has him so flustered he doesn't even know.
he's just like, fuck it all.
What he's assured of is that it's more to him it's worth more than your life. So he's just like, get over here. Don't touch that. Get over here.
Yeah, he just walks back over to the cigar box and pulls one out. He's like,
he's like, oh yeah, sure, help yourself.
Oh, I will, thank you.
He's like, anyway, is he? Yeah, he pinches the bridge of his nose. Yeah.
I'm sorry, that one caught me off guard.
I say, anytime we're in anywhere that requires, like, y'all saw Uquil in super rare form when we were in Pink Shoe. That shit's gone. We back in the regular world. He's back.
The civility is all out the window now.
It's Gonski's.
He's like,
that shit was tenuous at best to begin with.
He pinches the bridge of his nose and snaps his finger to Ipton, and Ipton steps forward and lights the cigar for you.
Oh,
and with a smile, he says, enjoy. And then blows out the match and steps back.
He looks at him and he's like, wait a minute.
He says, no. If you're confused, it's because regardless of the lack from both of you, I still am what I am. And
Now he's
because
just like, this cigar's not gonna make me see in another dimension, is it? Like that damn drink I had at that bar. He started to have flashbacks.
he says, "Oh no, you won't be losing your weapons and armor this time."
Oh, okay. Very good. Grazie.
He's like, "That's just smoke that is grown and regulated to us by very trustworthy micated vendors." And he looks at you, Agaricus. He's like, "But anyways."
Agaricus just looks back at him.
Yeah, like, okay.
blankly.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Whatever that means.
He says, "It may interest you all to know, though, or the both of you, that I have received word from your colleagues. They are looking for you and they are close. I have them coming to our location now."
Oh, damn, already?
He says, "But of course," he says, when I first heard that perhaps the hourglass was in our realm, I instantly sent out scouts to be looking for you. It just so happens that I got lucky, and the lost that I have in my employ found you." Says,
So not the hourglass.
"No, not the hourglass. I would be interested in knowing where that's at. However, I'd prefer your friends to be here. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves for a second explanation."
Agaricus looks at you, Quill, and is like, "How do we know that we can trust this chump?"
You cool chuckles, and he's like, all things considered, he is, he kind of looks at Agaricus, he's like, he literally stops and just looks, he's like, turns his head, "That's the pot calling the kettle black, ain't it?"
Just like gives him a weird look and is like, "I do not understand what you speak of."
I trust him as much as I trust you right about now.
He's like, "Oh, you can't fathom why."
Yuko just chuckles and he's like, he's safe enough.
He's like, I'm waiting for an adult.
Lord,
Yuko just stares at it. He's like, "I will end you. Little motherfucker."
Lord Varun interjects and he says, "If I may," he looks at you, Agaricus, and he says, "I may be a required taste, but I have always been on the level. I may have a mother who is absolutely untrustworthy. Something you and I can relate to, whether you like to admit it or not. However, I do have a father who
Man,
Oh, what?
a father
What are those?
says, "Oh, that's correct. You." Well, no, you would know. Myconids still do that. You just can't. You can't, but myconids can. Yeah. Some become male, some become female. They're capable of that kind of reproduction. He says, but
not you.
yeah. He says, but I did have a father who
Good man.
I only heard of in tales. But I
Very
heard
good man.
Me too.
he points at you, Quill, and he says, "Exactly. I heard that he was upright and honest. And you always knew where you stood with him.
Facts.
And that to meet him, you walked away knowing that he was pure magic."
Big sigh.
So even though I don't quite share my father's qualities, and he looks at you, Quill, now with a bit of distaste, a distaste that is visible, and it's like he's breaking the his reserve for a minute. You know what I mean? And the reason why it's in your direction is because because of the way you and Agaragis just talked about him in front of him as if he weren't in the room. He says, "I may not strike many like my father, but," and then he looks back at you, Agaragis, with his reserve returning to his face. As quickly as it was gone, it's back. He says, "But I did not have the luxury of getting to live the same way he did. And so if I seem a little bit curt with you, it's because sometimes I think fast and I talk fast and I expect fast reactions. So please, pretty please, freaking trust me when I say that I do not want my mother to succeed in her endeavors on this." And with that, you, Quill, you cannot absolutely blame something that is a part, and he motions to Agaragis. He says, something that is a part of a collective, a hive mind, as it were, for its own actions, when it doesn't truly know what it's done.
But I can try, right?
If you really want to do right by Agaragis, then you'll find a way to break it free from the control of she who controls her. And then see what that does. Give Agaragis a chance to become their own person. He says that, but it just doesn't sound right coming at, He's like, give Agaragis their own chance to become their own person. And then see what kind of person they really become.
Perhaps. We shall see.
With that, Ipton.
Funny pun. It's grown on me. Fungus grown.
Ipton motions and says, "The portal is in use, my lord." He says, "Oh, good. Oh, good. Go see our guests in." And that's where we pick up with everything coming together now. After a few moments of silence, Ipton enters the room with Android, Zoltan, and Otis in tow. And he says, "May I present to you Lord Android Farizan, Zoltan Heisenberg, and Otis Hirokin, my lord." Says, "That'll be all, Ipton. Go and, I don't know, do some kind of duty or something. I don't know."
Who do the duty?
He's like, go handle some business or other. He says, well, my lord, if I may, there seems to be some bit of a quarrel between the Illithid right now. There's it's called the Cabal, sort of. Not like the Detached. They are breaking away from the Elder Brain, but not. He goes, I don't care about this Cabal and whatever the Illithid do. The Illithid can suck on a freaking. They can go away. let them eat the brains of a hook horror for all I care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Go on. He goes, well, may I research it? He goes, you can research whatever you want. I said go. And with that, Itin exits, looking mighty pleased with himself. And then he looks at you, Quill, and he goes, Shyla never bugged me about trifling matters. Anyways, he motions to Quill and Agaragis, and then motions to Android, Otis, and Zoltan, and he goes, there you are, reunited, and doesn't it feel so good?
Thanks.
Agaricus waves all happily.
Uh-huh.
Yelling at the fucking mushroom for my hourglass.
Do what?
Yeesh.
I'm yelling at that mushroom for my hourglass.
Yeah, Ruckus is standing there with his tendrils now, and he's like, now we kill? Now we kill?
Maybe.
It's just like, hey, whoa. I didn't do anything.
What do you mean you didn't do anything?
I'm innocent.
Y'all have this out. Y'all work this out right now. Let's get it. Zoltan, Agaragis, boom, commencing conversation. This has to happen. Have at it, y'all. It's time to play some D&D.
Why the fuck did you steal my time frame?
Agaricus is like almost dumbfounded, like he's not quite sure what he's talking about.
At
Why'd
that
you
when
steal-
Android cracks a smile too, and he's like, "Your time frame." That's all he says.
It's mine.
He's like,
With that, I'm glaring at Android.
"You what?"
I glare at you.
I just smiled. He just smiles and he's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't cool for Garricus to take it, but let's not have a case of mistaken identity.
It belongs to me now.
Because if I get my hands on that thing, it's mine.
No.
I'm playing. Kind of.
This is where the party falls apart.
Anyways, where's my hourglass?
Garricus just puts his hands up. Like, you know how, like, police are like, get your hands up. They're straight up. Like, you can I don't have it on me.
I'm gonna look at you, Quill, and ask where it's at.
The other creature has it.
What other creature?
There's another one.
Yeah, Yuko just looks at Android.
Oh? So you weren't joking. You really don't have it.
No, unfortunately.
Huh? Well,
I let him try something. We'll see if that was a mistake or not.
We shall see.
Sorry to hear that for you, Zoltan.
He seemed adamant that it being in the underworld was bad enough, and that upon doing certain things, which he left rather vague, and getting me indebted to other people, which he tended to left out, that it would be returned.
So I can't hit the mushroom.
I mean, I'll allow you to kick it.
I'm glaring at Garrigus with a sinister smile now.
It could have just asked. I'm not gonna lie.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I said I'm glaring at you with a sinister smile now.
Nagaricus just kind of like shuffles behind Android.
I don't know why. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, Mushroom, but you understand that Zoltan will fuck me up too.
He just kind of puts his arms up like, well, he didn't go through and do it to me, so.
Hey, that ain't right.
We just calm down and figure out where to go from here.
Yuko looks at Otis and he's like, "The fuck did you become the voice of reason?"
I never said I was, but you know, this isn't exactly getting us anywhere.
I mean, I was about to watch the mushroom get punted. I was gonna have a chuckle.
I mean, we still do that, but I mean, we still need to figure out where to go from here. I mean, allow them to do that in the background while we figure out what we're doing.
Oh, I figured now that we got Uquil and Agaricus, we can peace out. Thanks, Byron.
But
it's not that simple,
I kind of got contracted by the big mushroom to do other stuff, unfortunately.
Oh god, what'd you do?
That right? It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Oh my god. There's so much.
What did you do, Uquil?
Repeat it one more time, Otis. Just one more
What
time.
did you do, Uquil? Why contract? Why?
Oh, yeah, I bet this... I don't mean to interrupt, but I bet this kind of hits Otis at a sore spot, like you made a contract with something. Do you know what you've done? I bet this does have Otis kind of like, no.
Like, he's really tense right now, like extremely tense.
I was gonna say Agaricus is just like the most chillest one in the room. They're pretty like happy with themselves, content at the moment.
Oh yeah, Yuko's not bothered. He's more annoyed because he's just like, yeah, the big mushroom evidently told Mini Mushroom that I would get them water. He looks at Agaricus like, I don't fucking know.
What?
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
How are they wanting you to get them water, or is that just the whole thing that you have to figure out?
He looks at Agaricus. What the fuck were they trying to get me to do exactly? I don't.
You said that you were gonna do something for them with the water, and that's what they were like. Okay, you can have this in return to, nourish you. It tastes like chicken.
I never said I was gonna do a fucking thing. God evidently volunteered me to do some shit. I got volunteered.
Yeah, that's not how the Wasp made it sound. They made it sound like you had already.
These motherfuckers' names is lost for a reason, okay? Because they lost. I had never. They just assumed it did some shit.
With
Okay?
with this argument, Zoltan's laughing. He's lost.
Oh, so does that mean we gotta go back in there?
Ah, fucking.
No. 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 No.
But we need my hourglass back. Pretty please and thank you.
Do we?
You know what? Sucks to suck.
I mean, do we want?
How
Look,
would-
I'll say this.
Thing to just be floating around. No.
Yeah, I'll say this. God, I don't know if he's dead. He kind of looks puzzled. He voluntarily he looks at the, oh, fuck's his face. And he's
Varun?
like, yeah. He's like, he played with this crystal wall and a big thing just nom-nommed him. Pretty sure he's dead, but I don't know. Maybe they can survive such treatment. I don't know.
Is that what I saw?
That is going to cause me to roll something real quick. Go ahead and continue on. I'm just letting you all know that I'm rolling something real fast.
No, you're
Out
good.
of
Yeah,
curiosity, Android's gonna chime in and be like, out of curiosity, does Dodd know how to activate the time frame?
he didn't seem to. He knows of it, but I didn't get the idea that he enjoyed the prospect of using it.
Agaricus is a little delayed, but he goes, Dodd's gone.
Oh. Android pitches you-
Oh no, I'd be sad that I didn't know this Dodd.
Lord Varun, after you saying something about that crystal wall, continue on after this, but after you said something about that crystal wall, he got a thoughtful look on his face and went over to one of his bookshelves, and he's just thumbing through different books now while you guys are talking about this.
what
He's-
was it you said, Otis?
Do what?
What was it you said before?
Oh, I said I would be sad that I don't know who this Dodd person is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Yuquil's just like, yeah, I wouldn't say I trust him explicitly, right? But he made very a very strong case that he didn't want Loth to have it. He was very adamant that I don't kill this one. And he basically guaranteed its return and safety in the meantime. He looks questioning at that last part.
What?
So, if needed, would you be able to backtrack to that area so we could see if we could find him?
Android's gonna kind of like give some side glances at Farun in a sense, and he's gonna be like, "Well, you think we ought to just trust Dodd for now, and try to follow up on what the Lost were wanting you to do?"
At this
As the
point,
Lost, as you called them, I guess.
It's like, that's what he points at Varun and Agaricus. Is like, that's what they call them. They speak worse than that one.
Perish the thought.
Made my head hurt. That's saying something.
at this point, Lord Farron slaps the book shut. He's been sitting there reading something now, and he's like, every once in a while, he like licks his fingers and turns a page, and then finally he slaps the book shut. It's like, boom. He's like, of course. And he just tosses the book behind his back, and he comes walking up, and he goes, this crystal wall that you were climbing up, pink, purple, flowy substance in there, correct?
Equal pulls out the little geode that he has.
When you do
Like
that,
this.
his eyes just light up. He's like, that's ethereal glass, ethereal shell you have there.
Mhm.
He's like, no, I don't think you understand. He's like,
Sure.
he goes, oh my goodness. How much?
Yeah, Mitch.
How much?
Huh?
How much?
Equal looks at it. He's like, No. It puts it back in his bag.
Android starts chuckling like Mickey Mouse.
Misa found the shiny. Misa pulled the shiny. Misa keep the shiny.
He said, "That's fine. You said you found an entire wall of it."
Yeah.
He says, "Okay. Well, that settles it. Dodd was eaten by a Neolithid. All you guys have to do is go in there and kill the Neolithid and pull Dodd out." And then he kind of looks for a minute and he goes, "Dodd is more than likely dead." And then he looks at you, Agaragis, and he goes, "Imagine that."
Dodd
You-
gone?
He looks at you. Yeah. He looks at you, Agaragis, and he goes, "Yes, Dodd is gone. You respected Dodd, no? Probably." He goes, "I knew of Dodd. Never met him personally, but I knew of him. I know of all the androgyne elite. And I had a respect for his legend, as it were. And just think about that. Someone that you respected would much rather be eaten by a Neolithid to keep his mother from accomplishing her goals." And then he just leaves it at that, like, haha. But he's not even, but I mean, let's face it, either that sunk in or it didn't.
I think in his head he's still like, right, Dodd gone. That's what I said.
Yes. But if he had the hourglass on him, then odds are it's to keep it away. He's tucked it away. His sacrifice now means that the hourglass is tucked away in a Neolithid's belly. Simple enough. Well, no, not simple at all. Yeah. He goes, "Fortunately, though, it's just a matter of tracking it down within the wall and finding it and killing it and getting the hourglass out of it."
Well, he was
Can
pretty
I-
adamant if we disturbed the wall that he would come say hi.
He said, perhaps it will."
Can I roll a sense motive real quick?
Sure. You sure may. Ooh, that's a good one. He's just being curt. That's it. As far as you can tell, well, he's being, he's just being extremely pushy about it, right? Just kind of like, just go and do this. That's all you got to do. You don't suspect, though, that he's like trying anything two-faced.
So if I had to guess, would I be able to determine whether he was being more pushy as a means of getting at the glass or as a means of getting at the hourglass, or is it some combination of both?
he wants that glass, not the hourglass. He wants that ethereal shell. Yes.
Oh, Yuko has a moment.
He doesn't want to just outright say that, but he's just like, yeah, go kill that Neolithid so I can harvest that wall. You guys get the hourglass, I get the wall. It's a match made in heaven. You know what I mean? Like, oh yes.
Oh yeah, Yuko picked up on that quick.
Oh,
Yuko,
yes.
Yuko has a moment. He's like, hey, since I'm here, where's so and so?
Who?
I haven't seen her around.
Oh, Shyla. He goes, I sent that trifling woman topside to assist Yoshi, my sister, in quelling a revolt in her lands.
Quill looks at android, and he's like, I mean, we already technically, and he looks at Zoltan kind of like side-eyed. He's like, we kind of already deal with these half-drows. I don't think having... I mean, it can't be worse than half the people we do business with, right?
Android starts to crack a grin a little bit, and he's like,
There are quite a few minerals. And he looks at Varen and he's like, that they seem to have access to that. And you can see like the greed that just takes over Yuquil's face. He's like, access to things that we should have.
He raises an eye. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Varen raises like a single eyebrow and kind of half grins because he realizes that Yuquil is aware. And in a way, there's a look of like he's impressed. Out of everybody who would pick up on what he's trying to put down, he did not expect it would be Yuquil.
Oh yeah, Yuquil's greed probably outdoes his.
Frank said it best in Scarface.
Cautious whether or not it was the hourglass or the fucking ethereal glass, because he's like, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, Yuquil's just like, may I? He's looking towards Android, basically asking for his permission to take the lead for a moment.
Oh, you want to negotiate terms of a deal? Be my guest.
He's like, so we're not going to be staying, of course. And he's saying this to Lord Varen. And he kind of like softly like rubs, his pack where he put the glass. And he's like, not only did you have a nice vein that I had to trap, can you explain it? I digress. I probably don't want to know.
He says nobody knows. He goes, but every once in a while I indulge myself. And then he just like stops and goes, never mind. Continue.
Yeah, I feel you, dog. I feel you. You evidently have access to quite a bit of metal that I would love. He rubs the pack and some other items. We already know of the one that you sent to help Yoshi. Why not have her be a liaison for us for deals between us?
He's like pouring a brandy while you're saying that, and he's sipping from it. When you say that, he kind of, and then he like stops. He almost spits his drink out, and he looks at you, just kind of half grinning, like he knows you now, and he goes, "Oh, curl your toes, did she?" And he sets the decanter down, and he begins to drink from the brandy, and he says, "You know that ethereal shell you have in your pocket there? You know what it does?"
No, but I know it's worth more than anything you were going to offer me.
He goes, I can offer you the wall, or at least an exclusive deal.
10%.
A mutual exchange, as it were. Go and eliminate the Neolithid that harvests it, because they eat it up and eventually it'll become useless and they'll move on to the next one. Fortunately, Neolithids are extremely territorial, and so you'll only find the one in there. It's like, you should only find one in. He's like, take care of it, and I'll offer you an exclusive deal. I'll get those lost that are in my employ there, because yes, they work. Because yes, they work for me. uphold your end of the bargain with them, because then it'll make it easier for me to convince them that you're on the level. And I'll let you siphon the metal from the hole, which unfortunately I can't let you harvest it in that sense, because then it'll become completely useless to me and I need it to get around. The trip was fast, but you'd be surprised just how deep in the in-between you really were. You're lucky. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't run into Hallister Blackcloak. And he just kind of chuckles. He's like, huh, but I don't believe in fairy tales.
Yuquil just looks at him flatly and he's like, he's that big a deal?
He says, well, if he were real, which he's not, obviously. He's just a story they tell young children to scare them. You know, don't go into the in-between. Hallister Blackcloak will get you. What a boogeyman. But if he were real...
Yuquil's looking at him so flatly, like not smiling, like...
You son
motherfucker.
You son of a... Yeah. He goes, but if he were real, not even that one's mother, and he points at Agaragos, not even that one's mother, which he's established is a demon, you know, named Zugdamoy, of some renown, right? Not even that one's mother would want to just trance around his domain. You see the Underworld? This is his womb, supposedly. In other words, he created it. It's by his design. That's what they say. If there were such a thing as true gods, he would be one.
Yuquil has like a vague knowledge of where that is. Doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, you would know how to get... I mean, if you don't, as a character, I'm not going to cheat right now.
Yeah, no. Like, I kind of remember, but like it's kind of like sparse because we did do like the whole running around in circles thing, so my brain's kind of jogged on it. But anyways, he's like, at that he just kind of puts his hand to his chin and he's like, he looks at Android and he's like, I have a really bad feeling we may have to deal with that. And he looks back. He looks back at Vader, and he's like, "Uh huh."
Says, but anyways, like I said, that ethereal shell makes some of the finest armor you have ever seen. It won't do you much good, if I'm being honest. But for someone of the arcane arts, a sorcerer, a wizard, someone whose abilities are hindered by steel and metal, it hinders them not even a little bit.
Yuquil kind of chuckles and he's like, so I could make this frail creature some armor pointing at Zoltan?
He nods.
Whoa. I'm not against it.
If he takes an exotic armor feat, he says, then yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Damn.
Well, it's because
never be like it.
It's because he says because the player's handbook clearly states that the only thing they're proficient with is wooden armor. He says, you're floating in a blackness. No, he says, someone like him would benefit from it greatly.
Good to know.
He takes a drink of it and he goes, if I get you an exclusive deal to ethereal shell armor, every magic user for miles around will knock at your door. And
yes,
all I
Uquil's grinning like a child that just found all the candy.
and all I ask for is 50%. %50 of all the earnings. After all, we're still taking the risk at harvesting it. Once we get rid of that Neolithid, who knows what's going to want to move in there? And
To be fair.
you've been there. You know what's there.
Uquil just kind of chuckles. He's like, with that being said, because he knows where we came from wasn't like an absurd distance from there.
It was a long ways. He said that you were deep in the in
Oh
between.
no! I'm talking about from the wall to his domain.
It's probably, if you had to guess it probably once you met the Lost, they probably walked for maybe a couple of hours or so to get to that hole. So it's probably a couple hours, but
And then from there to Alistair's was like what we said. It was like a whole couple of days, wasn't it?
it felt like when you traveled around the entire wall itself, because it actually isn't a wall, it's a cylinder, just a massive cylinder that's so big it feels like a wall. That took like a couple of days. You know what I'm saying?
No, I meant when we ran from Alistair till we got to the wall.
No, you traveled through that thing and came out its butthole. That all happened with a matter of like,
Hours.
Hours, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. He's like, Yuko just kind of chuckles. He's like, word of advice though, don't stray from there very far at all.
And am I saying this fool's name correctly? Is it Hallister Blackcloak or is it Hallister Blackhand? Because I always forget. Like, it's one of the only things that I struggle with so hard when remembering this dude's name. I think it's Hallister Blackcloak, but let me make sure we're calling him by the right name. Yeah, it's Blackcloak. I was saying it right. Okay.
Yeah, Yuko just.
Tell me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yuko just looks at Veyron and he's like, look, I'll, as a token of good faith, I guess you could say, do not stray very far from that cluster.
He goes, oh, I won't. I don't make it a habit of trancing around the in-between.
No, Yuko looks at him flat and then he's like, no, you don't understand. Don't leave that area. he says that with like all the.
I'm not going to even make him roll a sense motive or roll anything.
Yeah, Yuko's making it obvious that it's not a threat. It's not anything besides what you just said. Ain't no fucking fairy tale, G.
I'm gonna go as far as to say that despite Uquil's demeanor, there is a slight even quiver of fear in his words. Like, I have seen things down there, and the thing that I'm warning you against scares me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Yuko, like, if he goes with the full party, he feels better. But when it was just a Garrigus, Dodd, and him, it's like, this ain't good.
That's bad.
This is a fight I'm not sure I need to take right now. And that's saying something.
He's like swishing the brandy around in his drink, and as you say that to him and look at him, he like stops, and you watch his hand kind of shake, and he says, "What did you see?" No. Very well. We will only harvest the wall and leave everything else untouched. And then he sets the drink down on a table and pulls out like a handkerchief and wipes the perspiration from his forehead, and he goes, "Good grief, man." He says, "Ma, no. I think this is one time," and he tucks the handkerchief back in a pocket. He goes, "I think this is the one time that my curiosity should be left alone."
Yuko just nods. He's like, yes, I've seen shit down here that causes me distress. No. No. That, no. What is no? What is motherfucking no?
It's barbaric, but hey, it's home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Says, very well then. I would then.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things in Underworld that would probably cause Uquil to have certain.
There's a lot. There's a lot that I didn't show you that would have you Quill feeling a type of way.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's quite a bit in the Underworld. Like, even for him, he's kind of like, and he's seen some shit.
Yeah.
So, like, even he's kind of like, this fucking place is not kosher, even a little bit. But even I'm like, don't fucking do it, guy. Like, I was nervous a lot of the trip. That made me want to wet myself.
He says, very well, we will not stray too far. Just go and clear out the Neolithid and end the issue with whatever the Lost need from you, and keep my workers happy. Keep your workers happy. And I'll even sweeten the pot for you. I will send Ibton and his trifling self up there to aid my sister, and Shiloh will become the exclusive go-between from my house to yours. And when he says to yours, he motions to Android.
Oh, Uquil don't care.
Yeah, it's
he knows who she belongs to.
Yeah, well, it's the proper thing, you know.
We all know.
Yeah, it's the proper thing. It's, you know what I mean? He's got to address the Lord here, because if the Lord disagrees with that, only he can say. Of course, I don't really see that. You know, I don't know why I'm explaining
as
that.
Ludacris once said, I got hoes. I got hoes in different area codes.
I will say this, though. He says, what do you say? You in for this deal, Lord Android Frisen, to your house for Risen? You set up a trade deal with House Valrune, and in return, we make an extensive amount of wealth, and Uquil gets to have his friend back.
Seems like I'm making a habit of buying everybody in the party a wife.
Says,
Yes,
well,
that sounds very good.
he says, this one's.
I'm proud of you, Uquil.
He says this one's free. This one's free. However, look at it this way. I'm sure topside he's in less danger of losing his clothing.
Uquil chuckles.
I think he's in more danger of losing his clothing.
In fact, it's more voluntary then. And Uquil looks at Andrew and he's like, I already have a wife. This is the third mistress.
Yeah. How many, excuse me, concubine.
Thank you. Uquil pauses, is like, shit. Gotta go rescue a fucking goddess.
Mm-hmm. I'm proud of you for brokering deals.
Uquil just looks at him and he's like, I know how much that stuff is worth. It's a good deal. If we just get a fraction of what it's worth, we still made a ton of money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He says one solid ingot of that ethereal shell is worth probably in raw form, in ingot form, it's worth roughly 1,000 gold. He goes, however, you can double that with an entire set.
Well, I guess with that, Android's gonna kind of, you know, extend a hand for a shake in a sense, and he's like, well,
he says, oh, I take that back. I take that back. It's worth 5,000. An entire set, you're looking at 125,000.
good. I would say we have ourselves a deal.
Says, very well then. He takes your hand in a shake.
Let's go kill a worm.
Yeah. We gotta go find these little creatures some water or something? I don't know.
He says, yes. Handle what the Lost need to do for you first. They'll track you the worm. Those they don't look it, but those little things, those little bulbous creatures they keep with what are they called? The psychotics, the mental things, the ones that don't live up to their potential, like any motions to agaricus. He says those things, they're actually good trackers. Believe it or not. You wouldn't know it to look at them, but if you help the Lost will employ every resource and help you track that worm.
Cool.
Fair enough.
Better hope it.
He says, best place to find it. Find its lair and slay it there. You only think it has home field advantage, but if you find its lair, you'll find it sleeping. He's like, that's what every guidebook has told me anyways about tracking it. There are a few who have met a Neolithid and killed it. Some professionally so. Because where every Neolithid is, you have at least a quarry of ethereal shell. Because the fact that you found an entire wall of it is just fantastic. Oh, I bet that thing is massive. He kind of laughs. He goes, oh man, that would be so scary to see. Oh man, I think I'd pee my pants if I had to. And he realizes what he's saying. He goes,
yeah, cool. So where do we begin on finding them water?
You should be fine. You should be fine.
Uquil's not smiling.
He looks at you, Otis, and he says, I don't know. They'll tell you what they need. If they say they need water, they'll show you what they need.
Okay, well, I mean, I can create water.
It's like, well, they're a handful to deal with, I imagine. You've talked to them before.
No, I haven't.
He motioned to you, Quill, but he's like, you've talked to him before. They're actually a lot smarter than they seem, and they're extremely resourceful. So, as much of a headache as they are to interact with, they are highly worth the money of employing. So, let's get our workers happy, shall we?
Sure.
He says, very well then. And he like swings his arms in your direction like he's telling you to go. He's like, then go and get it done. He's like, have at it. He goes, this is a good day. I think I'm going to drink a whole bottle of brandy tonight. 2 whole bottles. He goes, we've foiled my mother's plans and I'm going to be a very rich man down here. There's something about the way he says that last part, though, when he says, I'm going to be a very rich man down here, that pricks your ears.
That means that it's worthless.
It's about this time that too, while he's motioning you guys away, he sounds a gong and Ipton comes walking in and he goes, is Castafane still with them? is the Castlevania come with you guys? He says, yes, Lord. He's been waiting for you to summon him. And he says, bring him, bring him. Castlevania comes walking in, the drow who accompanied you guys through the portal, but did not come in for the audience. I don't know if any of you noticed that, but I did not mention that he had entered. He stayed behind. Captain Castlevania comes walking in. He's like, yes, Lord Farin. He's like, I want you to escort my friends here, my colleagues. I want you to escort them in whatever endeavors they need. He goes, you are pristine at what it is you do. And what is that, my lord? They're going to go kill a Neolithid. And when he says that, Castlevania looks at all of you. He's got a very blank stare, but there's something in his eyes that says, are you kidding me right now?
Equal size and shrugs.
And even though he's got that look in his eyes, when you all do that, he still looks at Lord Varin and he says, only one, my lord? He says, only one. He says, well, too easy. He walks out and he says, Castlevania himself is a expert tracker as well. He's got his uses. Employ him when you need him, and he will answer to you unquestionably. I give you my best as a show of good faith. Says, now go. Go away. Read some books. All right, it is 12:06. I don't want to stop, but I do have a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta get it.
No.
I hate to have to stop, but we accomplished what we needed to accomplish tonight, and yeah, I can't wait for next session. Yeah. Force March time, y'all.
Something like that.
Oh, yes. Yes. I want to thank all you Golden Wonders out there for listening, and thank you for your patience with me. I hope that you enjoyed the artwork, and yeah, it's something that I'm going to try and employ a little bit more because it's all original stuff that I've been making. So I'm trying to put a little bit more production in this show. With that said, though, regardless of all that, I really appreciate your time spent here with us, watching and listening to these sessions. I can't thank you enough, and it just really means the world to me. To you old school gamers, to them old school gamers, the group, thank you guys once again for joining me and letting me DM y'all. I know it's not hey, you want to shut up? No, but I want to thank you all for joining me. I know that I know it's not always easy putting up with me, so I really appreciate it. And because I know I downright torture y'all sometimes, and if you have forgotten, well, just wait till next session and I will promptly remind you. With that said, though, not to give too much away. Let's hold back. I'm new in town. Too much. Pull back.
This motherfucker right here.
But No, thank you guys so much, and to you old school gamer, or to them old school gamers, and to all you golden wonders out there. I want y'all to know that I love you guys, and thank you for having me once again. Yeah, y'all. We'll see you next week in Loxos, and y'all come back now. Stay golden.
Peace.
Go touch grass.
Yeah.